Okay, we still have almost 1.2 million there. 47. More than a tab worth of crate chicks, lots of divs. I just need rare beast. I need rare beast. Whoop. Yeah, I mean it's better than nothing. Maybe I'll just I'll go have a cigarette and then I'll invite you guys all at once if there's multiple people. That'd be better. That way I don't have to do like an individual. Why do you want a cig break every time I open the stream? Must be some kind of deep state plot against you, bro. Leave that up there for a sec too, in case anyone wants to look at the cost. I'm just gonna go with smoke. Oops. Man needs a six, hell yeah. Plus now I got on my I take my kids' sports way too seriously jacket. Let's go. sec, dude. Oh shit, some guy had, a while ago, some dude had 60 fucking... Alright, I thought that was a trade window, not a fucking invite. Where are you here? So let me grab this quickly. Am I gonna play d4? We'll see. Hey, thanks, dude. Plus one more? Okay, one sec, buddy. Just gonna grab these ones off the ground. Sorry, one sec, guys. Fucking solid. Thanks, dude. Super solid. Super solid. Fucking right. Thanks, pal. That'll be very helpful. Thanks, man. Good luck. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Ooh, plus one frenzy. I didn't notice that. Oh, that's sick. Thanks, pal. 5. The immortal. Alright. Fucking A. Let's go. How much is the how much are the amulet and the helmet worth? Rate limited. Doesn't Sushi not have a Fizzbo now? No, he recrafted it. Well, sorry, he didn't recraft it. What's his name? Did Jim something? He stopped at tier 4 though. I had 3,000 stacked decks earlier that I got. Is this guy coming or no? And Farouk was a legend and fucking opened them all. Okay, great. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I'm not able to price check. I'm rate limited. Do. $211. That's 210. Caramba. I'll let Belden have that one. I know I traded him tier 1, tier 1, tier 3. He just fucking bricked it. He wanted to change the name of it. But they recrafted it tier 1, tier 1, tier 4. So he just got a direct downgrade from what he had, but that wasn't as a result of me. Oop. $150 divs. I feel like I had 2 Oh, I do have another Commander's Touch. Holy shit. Okay, plus 211. How about this? How about the Paradoxica here? And the shield. Why are my items shiny? Because I'm rich, bitch! Imagine if Ed Hardy made Gucci t-shirts. Yes, that level of debaggery. Nah, it's foiled Squire, perfect foiled Ashes, foiled Kalonder's Touch, foiled Replica Pharaohs, foiled Mageblood. And then Mirror Crafted Claw, Mirror Crafted Ring, +2 Power Charge Helmet, +1 Frenzy, Early Weakness, Perfect, 7/7. Endurance Charge, +1. Plus another 65. Oh, we're about to hit 32 mirrors. It's funny because proportionately I've spent less than probably 5% of my money on my build. Actually, less, I'd say even less than that. This guy buying. Oh yeah. Can somebody check the Shaco out for me too? How much time? I had 3 mirrors on the Sunday of the opening weekend. And a fully geared out discharge character. The first 2 weeks after that, we tried to craft a bow, which was 21 mirrors. 11 mirrors of that was mine. So, I had 11 mirrors in the first 2 weeks. Probably 4,000, 3,000 to 4,000 of this is mine. 6 mirrors, I don't know. I usually make between like 50 to 100 mirrors. Past a certain point, like it's not really, like I spent 11.5 mirrors crafting the implicits on this claw, which was completely myself, because I know no one's ever going to mirror a discharge weapon. I self-crafted with no outside investment 6 mirror rings in a week. Are you rich IRL? You can look at my real life below. There's a... Do I have magic find? No. There's a link to my Instagram, which is public. You can investigate that, draw conclusions from there. I feel like those questions are loaded. Boo. The immortal. Ooh, nice. 65 divines for a fucking Eyes of the Great Wolf. Let's fucking go. Yes, I will take that. I think some of you maybe failed to grasp how long I've played this game, though. Like my guild, for example, has existed for a league and a half. At one point, I was making 2.5 mirrors a day in Legacy League, which was 7 years ago. The guy who started TFT used to subscribe to me on fucking Twitch. Been around the block. I can't price check this here. Can someone check what a 35 ice bite with determination is worth? $891 divs. $25x, hell yeah. Look, I'm more than willing to help people at any stage on how they can make currency. I also stream 24/7. I've also never had a strike on my account, a suspension, so much as a warning. So dismissing what I do is fucking RMT. I mean, I don't know if it's like some sort of coping mechanism for you to deal with your inability to perform and like a constant need to villainize people that habitually outperform you, but if you want to get better, it'll fucking help you. But there's one thing that's preventing that, and it's not me cheating, it's you. You can sit there and try and intellectualize away all the failings that you have as malicious acts from others, but 95% of the time it's going to be all derivative of your action. I've never played a minion build in my life. I can't speak to the value of that. The extent of my minion crafting is just the basic Ice Bites 140. Okay. It has added lightning too. Wait, sorry, the ones that are 140, what's their second socket? You take a look at those two for me as well. I don't. That's just science, that's so far. Thank you, lads. If I had to suggest a place to start, first thing I would say is read my website. It's completely free. thehideouthandbook.com. There's a forward here on why trading, crafting, blah, 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 why I think that's important, why I think most people struggle to make currency. General advice, non-tangibles, the importance of networks, stash tabs, third-party apps, the importance of self-reliance, different crafting techniques defined. And then there's a sections here on how different mirror items are made, different unknown crafting techniques, that shit. I would read through that first. And if you go to my YouTube, if you go to my playlist, there's one crafting and currency guides. Mirror making mentality, I would read with that.
Online role-playing game for you and your
Definitive guide to flask crafting.
Wayfinder comes with their own set of unique moves and talents, but it's up to you to make your Wayfinder your own. In addition to
How to invest in Path of Exile, this one's really important. A lot of these other ones are more specific. I also Belton's Market Manifesto. This was written 7 years ago. Price point equilibriums, predictable patterns in consumer behavior, calculable risk in the law of averages. Most of this is still applicable. Also, if you go look on my Reddit, which I'm permanently banned from now, but my account should still be there. Archived at least, I would think. Never mind, my account's gone. Anyways, there were 35,000 upvotes. If you can find my account, it was Belton PoE. There's like 55 guides written there. Establishing networks and the importance of self-reliance are not mutually exclusive. How boring is your life, Alex, that you just sit here day after day and try and disparage me? Like, I can see what you're writing. After a certain point, it becomes kind of sad. How unfulfilled you must be. You're having fun? I'm sure you're having fun. I get it when I'm like engaging and I get pissed off and stuff, but I've been pretty chill the whole time. And to spend hours and hours and hours of your own time watching someone you purportedly have no respect for insult at every turn seems like an odd choice of self-governance. But, your life. Time put into this bow, over 100 hours. A 100 hours on this bow specifically, but I put 200 hours in on the first one. So accumulatively, crafting bows, 300. But no, that's 300 accumulatively, but on this specific bow, 100. Earlier on in the league, though, I was doing, like, I was buying all the beasts, running all the beasts, buying all the trade chicks, selling all the fucking sleeves. I mean, it was, a lot of that time was not, it wasn't like 200 hours of crafting. This has been almost like pure crafting time. That's the one I traded? No. The one I traded was one I made from scratch like a week ago. Depends what you're crafting. Like my rings, for example, I crafted 6 mirror rings in a week with no help from anybody. But crafting a bow like this, yeah, it's. I mean, if you're wanting to go, like, you can always get lucky, right? But if you're wanting to go with a good, solid chance to get to the end, it's going to be very difficult for you. Hold on. And again, I'm not trying to obfuscate the source of any of this. It's all on video. In a certain way, though, it's kind of good. Like, I don't like doing it because I have to do it so much. But I do like it in the fact that it's like the one barrier, right? Like, if you have to do a lot of beast crafting, right? Specifically imprints, you can't trade imprints, right? I've used 7 tabs, 13 tabs, so 13 times 144. Plus another 144 here. I've used 2016 Braychick Chimerals. So I've run 2000, well I haven't run the last 144 yet, but 45 of them so far. For argument's sake, 2,000 imprints. Each one of those takes about, let's say, 10 or 15 seconds. You know, it's 20,000 seconds. That's what? Five and a half hours of fucking just running imprints. And I've done that in the past like 3 days. Right? If you didn't have to do this though, right? You could have like a team of 5 guys like shift this bow around constantly, just having it crafted all day. Or you could have a fucking, I don't know what they're called, but somebody was discussing it earlier, like a script or whatever. Python or some shit. I don't know anything about computers, but somebody was saying that you can basically write code for things to do whatever. But like this, you can't trade the imprint. You have to actually physically do this. And if it weren't for that, I honestly think that you'd see these items made on like day 3. People would just RMT all the currency you would need, and then they would just automate it. So it's kind of a good no help with crafting rings. Yeah, I didn't have any group funding on crafting rings. I borrowed money from Lightwoods, which I paid him back, but I didn't like. That was for rolling the WED on the 777 ring, which ended up costing 14 mirrors. But I didn't have like a split on any of those. I didn't have anyone putting money up on them either. Do I not have pain in your hand? I lost feeling in most of my right hand in the military. Fell through a frozen river carrying a machine gun and about 90 pounds on my back. I had to get spinal surgery from that, and I don't. That's why my hand. People make fun of the way my mouse moves all the time, like it's too erratic or whatever. I have sensory issues. So no, I'm sure it probably would though. What branch was that? Army. No, I don't need anything right now. Beast-wise. I will need them eventually, just not at the moment. I'm in a rhythm crafting this right now. I have exactly the amount of beasts I need to craft the inventory. I don't want to branch off for 15 minutes and do a bunch of trades that aren't pertinent. They'll just take me out of the rhythm. I will need them eventually, so you can hold them for me, but I want to take them right now. I appreciate the initiative, though. Okay, plus 105. There you go. Okay, awesome, man. Thank you. I don't have moderators on anything. I believe in like common sense moderation. I draw the analogy. I can't remember what fucking justice it was that said it, but when they were ruling upon pornography and fucking obscenity laws and blah blah blah, and they're like, I don't know how to define pornography, but you know it when you see it. That's tangentially how I feel about fucking guys. Don't ever like what? Why? What was I saying? Yeah, like, look, if you start calling for, like, the death of, you know what I mean, or you're being, like, overt, you know what I mean, like, unless you put me in a position where I have to moderate what you're saying, I won't, but, like, this common sense. I don't think that the internet's a place to stifle dissenting opinions. Even when people are overtly trying to be dicks. Like TFT mods, for example, are still in my Discord. I've never removed them. That's a fucking TFT mod. Can roll 92%, which is going to be a higher priority. Also, generally with the aura ones, they want hubris. If you really want to finish this, though, you should go for the +1 aura or worst case scenario power charge. But 92% reservation multiplier is going to be a much bigger deal than the 6. Hubris is not the biggest of deals, but it's going to be the preference. Looking at the mirror data from last league, which Quiddy scraped and sent to me, aura helmets actually were not mirrored very often, which is why I've never put a focus down there. So if your intention is to mirror craft it, I would say don't go, unless it's like for the sake of wanting to make something cool and blah blah blah. But oh, sorry, that's not my bad. I thought you were asking if I had moderators. Does YouTube have moderators like Twitch does? I'm not sure. I know. I mean, like the combination of those two things is very good. It's just, like there's items that are like, you know, people say mirror tier. Like it kind of drives me nuts a little bit when people say mirror tier. Like, what is that really like? I don't want to insult certain content people, but it's a fairly arbitrary term. You can make items that are 61 that are like best in slot for like a specific build that are never going to get mirrored. And if you don't understand the mirror market, it's not really mirrored tier. It's like it's perfect, but it's not going to get mirrored. It's like Eldritch items, right? Nobody's ever going to mirror an Eldritch item because it's cheaper to make them than it is to fucking pay for a mirror. With the exception perhaps of like some funky fucking grasping mail, fucking global, whatever. That sort of shit in recon days. But aside from that, barring very, very extreme extenuating circumstances, it's never going to be the case. So you can make a helmet like that and be really, really, really sick, but it's more an allocation of resources and time. If you want to make something because you think it's really dope, and you're going to use it, and you take a lot of pride in that, and it's a meaningful pursuit, fucking go for it. As I said, I spent 11.5 mirrors rolling the implicits on this. That was done with full knowledge on my part that there's not probably going to be a single person that's going to want to mirror a discharge flaw. But for me, someone who plays discharge every league, I wanted to have the best ever weapon. So the motivation structure is different. Now, if you're trying to make money off of mirroring items, you have to look at the market itself. 75 to 85% of all mirrors, period, are used on a bow. 90% fizz bows, 10% LE bows. Okay? Both LE bows and fizz bows use Omni. 99% of them use Omni. Which means, consequently, if you're trying to look at where most mirrors are actually spent, it's sensible to craft towards that. If you notice, aside from the fucking ring that I'm wearing right now, power charge, frenzy charge, spell damage for power charge, all of the mirror items I've made have been Omni related, right? I'm not playing Omni. At no point in this league have I played Omni. And that's because that's where the market is. Yeah, no, like, dude, if you have fun doing what you're doing, then it shouldn't matter what I'm saying. I can advise you on the specifics of the craft, but don't take my, like, objective analysis of a certain item to be a criticism that should dissuade you from something you find meaningful. Here, like this ring has been mirrored 31 times, for example. And I've got two bows or quivers here that I can mirror craft. They both have 30% crit multi. People don't really realize that 30% crit multi is probably the rarest synth implicit. Got a backup bow here, triple with T1 Fizz. T1 Fizz is 5 times rarer than T1 attack speed. A lot of people don't realize that on the implicit. About 3.5 times rarer than T1 Fizz percent on the implicit. A lot of people don't realize that. A perfect bow or tree back up here, 3 implicits. And then a perfect tree with strength stacker. We've got a double charge shield, endurance and power charge, +1 support and quality. I also made this ring here, T1 crit multi, which is about a 1 in 5,000 with 7% dex, the 8% life I would re-roll, but I also manually made this, so I put frostbite on hit on here. It's a delve ring. You buy the delve ring, make sure there's an open suffix. Can't roll caster mods, annul until the suffix is isolated. Suffixes can't be changed. Scour becomes magic. Imprint it. And fucking imprint and harvest. Imprint, harvest, send, imprint, harvest, send, so you get 3. And then vulture that shit. This would be one of a kind if I finish crafting it. But again, also slanted towards Omni. 7%, 7% power charge, 7%, 7% onslaught. You know, even the bow to an extent. This is the bow I was crafting earlier on in the league. This one's double damage versus the one I'm using crafting on right now, which obviously is Rampage. But yeah, I mean, like this ring, which is objectively far rarer, right? Frenzy power charge together is like there's like 5 of them in the entire existence of PoE. The 777 ring is quite unique. It was the first one ever. TFT just made one, probably so that I wouldn't corner that market because they probably saw how much mine was getting mirrored. Which was funny because they actually sent out a news alert insulting it when I made it. Actually, that is very funny now that I come to think about that. They literally sent out a news alert making fun of it, and then they just went and made one like a few days ago. Anyways, I digress. Yeah, like the objective difficulty, like even this claw, for example. This is the only one-handed weapon in the entire game that has +1 support gems and explode on it, which are the 2 rarest implicits on weapons, with the exception of 30% crit multi. As I said, T1 crit multi is it's like a 1 in 5,000 kind of thing. But that doesn't mean that, like, this has been mirrored one time by a guy in my guild who was copying my build. And I think I gave it to him for like 60 divines, even though I spent 11.5 mirrors crafting it. Just because I could tell he was excited about it. But you know what I mean? Like, you can make certain items that aren't necessarily more difficult or more expensive, but they'll get mirrored more often. Just because of the markets there. Like, think about the fact, and this is not, I'm not trying to fucking disparage him in any kind of way. But think about the fact that Sushi's bows were mirrored like 400 times in like a 3-day basis. And I've made a bow that was of equal or better 8 times in the past 24 hours. Right? Also, the guy that made a tier 1, tier 3 bow, his was up when mirrors were 205 divines, and the mirror fee was 200 divines. So it was actually cheaper to mirror a bow that was objectively better in every way. But still 250 people did it there because the concept of free is, you know, pervasive in that sense. So there's things like that. But end of the day, if you're not fucking RMTing, if you've got some currency to blow and you're aware of the risks, and you enjoy the process, run with it. What's up, dudes? How hard is it? That's... I need a... On what metric? Hard is a relative term. When will your Twitch account be unblocked? I don't know. It's been 10.5 weeks since I appealed it now, and they haven't even opened my appeal. Well, there's 3 implicits, so still, even that question is not specific enough. Is an end of league project really competition? To myself or to TFT? uh, 100 times more expensive for the prefixes? Yeah, about 100. $50 to 100 times more expensive. Fizz wand and a fizz bow are different items. A wand is a hybrid, so you can get spell damage, like you get like fucking spell damage per strength and all that kind of crap. Mirror crafters? No. It's not competition, but it sets a floor though, right? It's like if there's something for free that's tier 1, tier 1, tier 4, is tier 1, tier 1, tier 3 going to be a big enough of a gap that people are going to be able to justify paying more? Possibly, but unlikely, right? I've already discussed at length what I think the repercussions of that are, and the sustainability of that model, as well as who I think benefits from it most. Yeah. Why is everyone crafting on a spine bow? The combination of attack speed and crit. The 1.4 base crit. Sorry, 1.4 base attack speed and 6.5 base crit. So it scales the best. For LE damage, a thicket is technically more. Well, actually, for a fizz one too, but especially with LE damage, because LE damage scales much more reliantly on. LE damage was more reliant on attack speed. But some people still like it for their LE bows anyways, spine bows, because of the higher crit base. Thickets only have 5%. What do you mean shadows? This item's already been crafted. 3, 2, 1. I just want to make it so I can make one that's better than TFT. Have that exist in perpetuity. Make sure that the fees never get out of hand. I would gladly make the fee 0, just to fucking derail TFT, not because I think people deserve 0 fee mirror crafts. But I have people that invested currency, so they're gonna have to get a return. You can see mine is, I capped my ownership at 50% because I don't care about actually the currency. I just want to make sure I don't ever lose the bow. So prorated, I'd have to pay out 6,000 divs. So right now it would be like, well, I've spent 15,393 divines. I haven't finished the prefixes yet, so 32 mirrors. I'd have to discuss it with the other guys, but at the highest it would be half of what TFT's is. Look, there's a difference between mirror fees in a competitive market and mirror fees in an extortionate market. One of the more insidious things about TFT is that because they don't actually craft anything for the most part, right? Like there's a couple items that they will, which I'm pretty sure they even, from what I've been told, they run like scripts or Python to fucking do that. I don't know what the terminology is, but nonetheless, 99% of the items they have, they don't make themselves, right? They serve as like a marketplace or an aggregator, and they take a percentage of each of those crafts on the fees, right? And then they use those fees. Like when there's like 2 items in there, it's not that big of a deal. When there's 200 items in there, they're making a shit ton of money. And they use those fees to buy the original items. Plus, then like once there's a few of the original items out in circulation, right? People start a secondary market, so they start listing their mirrored versions, right? TFT will go buy those mirrored versions. Then the next time somebody comes to copy that item, they will trade them the already mirrored copy that they bought off the market because mirrors always go up, and then they get to keep that mirror, plus they don't have to pay a fee to the crafter because they didn't technically make a new copy of it. So they do like little fucking insidious shit like that, but more so what is problematic is that like if you go look at Fizzbos, for example, there's like 6 mirror Fizzbos. TFT has 5 of them. It's right. It's like if you have 5 bows that are in a competitive market that are tier 1, tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whatever, there becomes, on a supply-demand basis, you have... It's the same reason we don't allow monopolies in the real world, basically, right? It's like price collusion, or price fixing. Yeah, if you control the entire... market of a single item type, right? You can artificially inflate the value, so that's part of the reason too. But yeah, no, people don't like. People were literally laughing at me at the beginning of the league because I got beat on the bow. I spent 200 hours, 11 mirrors of my own money. A bunch of people in my guild put in a lot of effort. Like sometimes you just don't win, right? Like RNG is RNG. TFT only spent 7 mirrors making their bow. They got really, really lucky. I've spent 32 mirrors in the past 2 days. In the first bow I spent 21. There's nothing I can do about that. There's no nuance to the differences. Sometimes you just hit it, sometimes you don't. But the fact that the overwhelming response was to mock that effort, I think, is kind of backwards. And so long as that ideology or that paradigm is pervasive, and there's no, like, I had someone literally, like, he like lost his shit at me when I told him that the mirror fee on this ring that I spent 14 mirrors making, and I still have not recuperated the costs on. I set the mirror fee on this ring, which was the first one ever made, by the way. Only one in the history of the game, only one in existence, period. Which again is an operating loss after being mirrored 31 times. I told someone the fee on this was 100 divines. Because again, if you have crowdfunding on things, you're basically just having your mirror fee paid up front, right? Most of the time, mirror fees are just meant to recuperate costs. I spent 14 mirrors, which at the time was 2,964 divines on this. 100 divine fee meant that I had to have it mirrored 30 times to have a break even. That's a very, very large amount of mirror services to do as an individual person that's operating outside of TFT. And like I told some guy asked to mirror it, and I was like, yeah, sure, dude, 100 divs. He's like, what the fuck? I'll go mirror sushis for free. I was like, all right, cool, man. Like, enjoy. Literally what I said back to him. He then sent me like 13 messages being like, you pieces of shit scumbags are going down. Fucking the game is sushi. Fucking change the game. Blah blah blah. I was like, I wonder if this guy knows that like the stuff that he's been doing, I've been doing for several leagues. Also, to equivocate me with TFT is rather humorous. But nonetheless, the fact that you know what I mean? The long-term consequences of that are pretty easy to surmise as well, in terms of like if you remove financial incentives and you centralize the production of things where there's no incentive basis for the people producing them to do them to the highest quality, but you also disincentivize any competition by virtue of a complete incapability to compete financially or otherwise. Then the people won't make things, right? And then, I mean, look, I'm not gonna. The difference between something like what TFT does and what, you know, the settler shop and that whole sort of community crafting, whatever. There's several flaws to it. The first being it's easy to pull something off like that 80 days into a league. It's a lot harder to get the money. It's a lot harder to find people with 10 mirrors to throw your way to craft an item they don't need on day 3 of a league when the mirror market's actually competitive. Second thing is the diversity of items. The third thing is the incentive structure under which the crafter is actually going to make the optimal item versus the people who want it, and whether or not people will settle. You know, the fourth thing is that you know, you might be able to generate 20 mirrors, 30 mirrors of crowdfunding when you're making a Fizzbo, but how about for the one guy who wants a discharge claw? Think you're going to get that much funding for that? And then the novelty of it wears off too, right? If it becomes an expectation, people aren't, you know, people won't flock to it. People won't be fucking throwing the money. It's not this whole. And again, in no way is this a criticism of any of the individuals involved. I just think it's short-sighted. But the difference between the people operating on that side and TFT is that TFT knows what they're doing. TFT knows what they're doing is bad. TFT purposefully obfuscates what they're doing and tries to like white knight their actions as if they're like some sort of paragons of you know, moral responsibility and integrity of gameplay. Couldn't be further from the truth. Whereas I think the guys that are on the other side are just doing it because they thought it would be a good content. It would engage their viewers. Obviously done very well for them, their streams and stuff, and I legitimately think they enjoy crafting and you know, having people be grateful for stuff you do is pretty cool. Like, still to me, the coolest thing in PoE is when somebody thinks you've made something so cool that they want a version of it for themselves. You can't beat that feeling. Like, to me, that's like the crux of all mirror crafting. It's like, the unique items in PoE aren't unique. The real unique items are the fucking mirror items. Like, I can still remember the name Brood Twine, which is the Fizz Harbinger bow that was like the best mirror item in the game for like fucking 3 years. And this was like half a decade ago. And I can still remember the guy who crafted it, Raymond. You know what I mean? And it's like, imagine being able to make something like that, right? Where it's like, that's fucking sweet. So I don't think that there was any like malice of forethought or ill intent in. But I do think that there are negative long-term consequences if that model becomes an expectation and not a novelty. He's really dumb. Did not see the fundamental difference. Is sushi is basically fun by community, while you pay out of your own pocket. Are you saying I'm dumb? Or Janubu? Either way, people are paying for the bow. There's no such thing as, or whatever it's being crafted. There's no such thing as free items. The difference is is it paid on the front end or the back end, right? If a bow costs 3,000 divines or whatever your craft, let's say bow arbitrarily costs 3,000 divines, and you manage to get that money together and pay for it, right? And you know, you think it's going to be copied 20 times, let's say, right? It's like you set a fee at 150 divines, you recoup your cost. Alternatively, you can get 3,000 divines up front from a bunch of other people, make the same bow. Your net result is the same. The difference is that when you're crowdfunding, there's a different incentive structure on the crafting side as well. Again, similar to like progressive taxation, right? You have people there'll be often one person will pay like 10 mirrors, right? And that those 10 mirrors, in terms of how much they contribute to the craft, will end up paying for the cost of, let's say it would have been 50 people's fees, right? If you were to break it down afterwards. So it's not that it's free, it's just there's more, it's more of a distribution of wealth, and I'm not arguing that for a lot of people, they might experience the benefit more themselves. It's more the sustainability. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure because I'm just going back through chat. But no, I don't think that there's any malice on anyone's part except for TFT. Did I craft the aspect? I didn't have rare beasts. Need to come grab a couple. No, well, it doesn't. The absolute price of mirrors rising versus fees is very different. Because if there's a mirror fee of 200 divines and an item is 400 divines, right? So let's say it's 400 divines for a mirror, 200 divines per fee. If you have TFT owning 95% of mirror items, that means that, let's say there's 100 mirrors, items mirrored 100 times, right? 100 mirrors are spent, each person spends 600 divines either way, same, right? However, those 600 divines are being given to 100 different individual people who are then paying and mirroring it. So the person that is selling that mirror, which is probably going to be 95 different individual sellers, they're going to have the divines come in, 600 divines each, and they're very likely to spend that money in the economy again to stimulate growth thereafter. More purchasing, blah, 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 and the distribution is fairly even. If you have a 400 divine mirror with 200 divine fee, and there's 100 mirrors used, 20,000 divines are going to Janubu. 20,000 divines are going to TFT. TFT can now buy 50 mirrors. Look on the market. There's like 100 mirrors at any given time. You do this 2 or 3 days in a row, guess who now has 85, 90% of the mirror market? And now can control it with, you know what I mean? It's not the same. Yeah, I have some good stories, but it's hard to jump around from my life, like, and connect it to video games. Like, done drugs off strippers' asses with Afrojack and Avicii. Was homeless at one point, was a drug addict at one point. Watched the life leave friends' eyes. People bleed to death. Fucking stream video games, work in finance. Where like there's a lot. It's a big web to. In a world where people ask me to reduce the length of my VODs or to edit my VODs because the video is a little bit too long, I don't know if I see a very positive outcome from something like that. I also just don't think that, the traits that I know the people that I'm close with in real life admire about me are in a lot of ways the things that I think people at least overtly are critical of me for online. People think I'm rude or callous or insulting or degrading. That's certainly the case. Oh! I knew that Regal was coming. Yeah, I've been to more 81 funerals probably. But not just opiates too, like fucking eyeballs out of sockets. coagulated pools of blood. With their teeth and their fucking intestines running around them. No, it's just I mean, like, factually, like yeah, I love the name, by the way. Uh, given the level of experience I have in this game, like my empirical track record, whatever, um, the fact I've never been asked to do a podcast, like, is a pretty big testament to itself. Like, I played this game for 11 years. I'm quite certain I've crafted more mirror items than any person in the history of this game in temp leagues. I've won demigods. I've written about 13 or 14 different build guides. A bloody website for the game. Havoc used to ask me to fucking trade for him in races. Path of Math said I taught him how to trade and craft. I mean, like, the only reason I wouldn't have been is because of, my personality. That's not lost on me. Or or maybe I'm seen as a liability. I don't know. But, is it enough for 200? Yeah, you're good, buddy. 195, 200, 195, 211. What's your name here? Thanks, pal. And that's not like a fucking pity me kind of thing. That's just the reality of the situation. What are you? Hammer dude. Yeah, I can write that down. It's all written down, dude. Genevra's daddy. If you're anxious about this, or like you're whatever, it's not it's a relatively if you're putting yourself out, don't, you know what I mean? I'm at 15,400 divines in the past day and a half, so 200 isn't, I appreciate it a ton, but it's not going to tilt the scales most likely. So if you're super anxious about that, don't bully my son. Yeah. We'll see. If this doubles, I'll be nice for an hour. Rip. Fuck you. Fuck you, Jenny. You can suck my... Don't get the stream demonetized again. Oh yeah, I forgot we had this. Shit, I completely fucking forgot that we had this. What happened to that standard Metacrafter Demi? I don't know. I can't remember since he tried to rob me after I paid for half of his shit for like a year. Yeah, guys, somebody was asking if they could get involved in the craft. I'm not gonna go smoke while somebody's sitting there. Yeah, okay, now I can go smoke. There you go. Oh! Fucking legend. I'm never gonna die, boys. We'll live forever. All fucking skill. I want Abuyo. Oh, that's nice of him. Thank you. That's necessary, but thank you. I fucking suck at this game. Alright. I'm going for cigarette now. Oh, we get 2 augments. Each time we hit that annul, it saves us literally like 350 divs. Yeah, approximately 350 divs. So hitting that annul is huge. Total augments now on flaring, 36. It takes 64 on average to hit, so. Yo, do you have time for donation? Yeah, dude. If you don't mind, I'll have a cigarette. My in-game name is yeah, no, I wouldn't have been able to afford this on my own. Of any individual person, like singularly, I have the most money in, but proportionate to the total. Small amount. So this has been a group effort. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, though. Most of those guys cashed out for the left. It is a quote. Oh, two of them, sorry. Yeah, I'll take donations. And no obfuscating that. A large portion of what's gone into this has been from people from stream. It wouldn't be possible without it. I mean, I might have been able to sneak it out by the end of the league, but certainly not with this rapidity, so certainly open to that. Appreciate it. Saves me a lot of time. 48.6 for the I mean it more in the sense like there's like a competitive nature to it, right? There's also like there's a collaborative nature and a competitive nature. Like Iron, who again to restate, I think is the best crafter in the history of the game in both ingenuity and depth of understanding. I won't go into specifics, but this is he and I's conversation. Like breakpoints on different fucking, you know what I mean? Like most of the people outside. Most of the people outside of TFT have a pretty collaborative nature to themselves, right? Like it's competitive in a sense. You want to make better than your, you know, your opponent, but at the same time, it's generally done with mutual respect. What stuff? Yeah, my in-game name is on the screen there on the top. By the way, guys, it's just Belton POE. Oh yeah, fuck! I forgot we had an augment waiting. Sorry, kept you guys waiting. Tier 7 hybrid. Come on, annuled daddy. All right, get rid of the hybrid. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm playing pretty much the same thing. A lot more damage. What the version I'm playing right now has like a downloaded Path of Building for the first time. I don't think I'm gonna have enough space. How much space? Okay. Got space for the major one. Shit, solid, dude. Thanks, brother. Seven, dude. 12, 13. You 5, alright, cool, buddy. Thank you very much, dude. Kinda hard, especially with the fucking trees and Awaken Trade not being compatible with that. Absolute fucking pain in the ass. So I appreciate that. I'm assuming you already knew this, but in case you didn't, because it looks like you were leveling it manually. Bramblebacks, they're like 15 chaos and they can force the level up on the Awakened Gems. You can actually do that. There's quite a few cases where you can do like nice 29 good. We're at 17 plus 29 is 46. You put it because of colors. It's corrupted. You can use a Tainted Chaos or a fucking Breachy bench. Boo. Okay, let's see. Level 1, 1 Divine. Let's see what it is at level 5. Two Divines. Spend 14 Chaos 5 times, 7 DC. Make it Divine. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Might actually use this for the, actually, no, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna use this for the crate chicks. I have more than enough damage. Oh, actually, I already have, fuck, never mind. Forgot my claw has AoE on it. Gem. Never mind. Ooh, I'm about to run out of regals. Anyone can. Oh, never mind. That's in here. That's not gonna happen, bud. Nice. $236. Oh, that's the worst when you hit that and it fucking removes it. Max roll tempered. Every time. Fucking gets me. The minimum is 90. I gotta keep reminding myself that. The minimum per flaring is 90. The top end. You would think I would know that after fucking 100 hours. Okay, look at that again. It's not 90. It's a high roll. Tempered twice in a row. 33. Jebaited. They did. I have 8 regals left. If anyone has regals that they can sell me, sending out an SOS. I slept for a couple hours, guys. Appreciate the concern, though. I've also had sleep depth training. No, awesome. Thanks, dude. Who goes? Yeah, the only what you need for the discharge build: ashes, level 5 awakened, enhance, squire, and then the claw. The claw you can self craft, or I actually have one. I can sell you my original one. Should probably be cheaper than crafting it. Too many tabs. I hear. I love you. Good night. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, boys. I have no problem pushing through whatever when it's like a good vibe, you know? When I'm getting fucking clowned on or disparaged and fucking discouraged constantly. And you know, and you're going like 20 hours spending all of your currency and other people's and blah blah blah. That's obviously frustrating, but when people are, you know, supportive and seem to be have like a shared excitement or a shared goal, it's a much different environment. Holy cow, 200 viewers, wow. Excuse me, sir. I had 1,503 viewers on Twitch. And Path of Math hosted me for 5 minutes until I was banned. Suspended. For a perfectly timed and fucking timeless, hilarious joke. Oh. Yeah, if you're strapped for cash, you can pay a bit less. No worries. Whatever you can afford is fine. I'm not going to use it. Ooh, well, thanks, pal. 65. You good there, bud? Hey there? Oh, we have a disconnect. Good. Yeah, no worries, dude. Shit happens. Thank you, sir. Oh! Boys. Boys. I just got a 4-mirror sale. Every time I get suckered by that. Not even listed for a mirror, it's listed for 4 mirrors. That ring cost me like 12 mirrors to make. And it's listed for 4 mirrors. What I suspect. I suspect him getting that for free will probably impact his day a lot more than it would impact mine getting a fee. Hey man, I've been following your project and it's amazing, so I wanted to help. Yeah, you can always sell back gems like that though. It's not too difficult. I constantly like the Awakened Enhance. I never. I actually made a shitload of money at the beginning of the league. I forgot to mention this maybe. At the beginning of the league, Awakened Enhances level 1 were 3 divines. Level 4, so a bricked version. Um, It's this guy. This guy refuses to trade with me every time I try to buy something off the trade site with him. I'm not particularly sure why he dislikes me so much, but nonetheless, thanks for the skin transfer. I don't even know actually. I've never. I mean, obviously he was just making a, well, probably a malicious joke, but nonetheless. I've never not had a one passive voices. I'm not even sure how much three passive ones are. Right, nothing. $42.84. Damn. My man's broke even when he trolling. How much does this cost so far? 15,919 divines. Oh yeah, I need chance orbs. Fuck, I don't need that many chance orbs. How much are the one passives? Pretty cheap still, actually. Yeah, I can't in right conscious take money from someone new like that. Thank you very much, though. It's a really nice gesture. I'm reading what you're saying. I am. It's a little bit abstract when it's written like that. Can you just send me a string? I have a fully written out string for myself. If you send it to me on a simulator, I'll take a look. I'm quite certain what I'm doing is optimal, but it's a fool who thinks he knows everything, so I'll take a look, but I'm not going to spend like 5 or 10 minutes putting it out into a string on simulator. It's also a little hard to follow along with that. All mods are a blocker against removing Merciless. Having a crafted mod on the prefix does nothing. So you're saying when I regal a suffix, do multi-mod? Yeah, but the leeches block a 1000 waiting. Removing both leeches is a 2000 waiting. So you're suggesting that it's better to have, what is it, 7,000 plus 10,000. So that's a 1 in 6 every single time I augment, versus having a 80% versus a 75%, 1/40th of the time. So a 5% better chance 1/40th of the time versus a 16% chance improvement every single time. Plus I have to remove the fucking suffix with prefixes can't be changed, and then fucking scour, and then 3 crafted mods and prefixes can't be changed every time I go for a second annul, which is an additional 7 divs. Why would it regal be in loop? Why would you loop regals? It's not how regals work. It's not how you write a fucking string. The imprints are the cheapest part of this. You realize the augment, every augment is 5 divines? One augment pays for 2.5 imprints. What you're suggesting gives me a 20% worse, 16% worse chance per augment. So you are adding 16% on the cost of each augment by doing that. Plus the metamod cost, which is an additional 6. Look, if you're right, I'll give you a mirror. But I'm not doing math to... I'm not writing out a string because you're too lazy to fucking... By the way, you've spent now 8 minutes writing this, so I don't know why putting it into a string, which you're clearly reading anyways because you're citing fucking numbers, is so fucking difficult. But I also think you're misappropriating the cost on this. And what happens if I regal a prefix? Suggesting I imprint that time? No, he could very well be right, but I'm not going to sit here and entertain these illusory numbers drawn out of fucking thin air and then subject myself to doing the work for him. If you're right, I'll give you full credit. Admit I'm wrong. I already said I'd pay you. I don't think you are. I'm not going to do the math to disprove it. That onus is on you. But having a 16% additional cost on augments would certainly outweigh the cost, though. I'm not trying to insult you, dude. I'm just saying I'm not going to go... Like, I'm not being confrontational or anything. I'm just saying if you're convinced of this and if you're wrong, I'll fully admit, or if I'm wrong, I'll fully admit I'm wrong, but I'm not going to go... it's still somewhat unclear to me exactly what you're saying, too, in terms of the nuance of it. Like, when only keep suffix, whatever keeps... It's just a lot easier if you just make a string and I can just read it. And I'll be happy to look at that, but... What you're saying is very hard to follow, narratively, and I'm... Like, I don't even need you to do the math. Just show me a string that has the steps on it. Like, you've written 30 different sentences spread out over 15 minutes. That's hard to, like, I just make a fucking... one of these. Step, 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 step. Literally, for the fucking 15 minutes we've been talking about it, you could have done it 10 times. Two div. That's the last I'm gonna speak onto it, unless you get one of those posted. It's wasted. Do I set a project? No. Budget? I mean, like, I know what the average crafting cost is, but variance is a thing. At a certain point, it's more about a willingness to pursue, like, that just, you know, if there's one, like, the single common denominator between every person that doesn't hit what they want is that they give up. You know what I mean? Like, you can always make more currency. You can always sell other items I don't really need or that aren't that cool. You know, but it's now been like close to 300 hours probably accumulatively that I've spent crafting Fizbos this league. And I'm doing it in a very, like, this is a very expeditious way to do this too, compared to Regal Reforging. Which is more common practice. Block completely useless. T3 versus 56. And in this version, you don't have to then. The difference is to. On this one, you have clean suffixes each time. In the version you were talking about, aside from the fact it's worse, like the slightly lower, you then have to do prefixes can't be changed, scour, recrafted mods. This. With this version, you just have to do craft prefixes can't be changed. For yours, you have to pay an additional 2 divs, 4 divs, 6 divs every time. Oh, no, it's worse. In both ways, it's worse. And like a 75% chance of success to an 80% chance of success is 1/15th marginal gain, right? Like that's 6% marginal improvement. For a net cost per augment that increases for 7 divs each time. And it makes the annul harder too. I get where you're coming from. I'm not trying to belittle it. It just doesn't. The augment is 2.5 times the cost of the imprint. The imprint is a relatively low cost. That's on base math though, right? You'd have so fizz is blocked, so you've got 3775, 10,775, 11,775. .5% additional. So that means when you're doing 125 augments per, you're failing an additional 10 of them. You love the impossible escape tech? Yeah, it's cool, eh? It's huge, huge, huge. That's like one of the things that really boomed the build. Possible escape on Supreme Decadence and then override the downside of Elegant Hubris so you don't have to worry about the small passives. Then 10%, 20%, 30%. That's 360% increased damage, 440% increased damage. And a Culling Strike for like 6 points. Money. misunderstood. Got support, brother. There might be merit to this, though, and this might have been what you were saying the whole time. From the base phase, from here, you're saying, or well, again, correct me if I'm wrong, or is this what you were saying? Regal here, if it hits a suffix, rather than annulling the suffix, only in this situation should I do the leech. Is that what you're saying? Because there might be merit to that. Because on that basis, you're adding an additional... I mean, technically, you would lose what? 50% of an regals would hit a suffix. And so you would technically get... Fuck, I'd have to run a whole string on this. So what you're saying would be to do his leech, and then just block some any random. Like that. But only in the situation where I augment or regal a suffix? Is that what you're suggesting? Because there could be merit to that. Although that's not what I read. Like when I... Again, this is why I was asking you to put it into a string. Wicked, thanks, dude. Fucking tempered. But then the problem, again, the problem it leaves you with, though, here... Oh, he's gone? Because he wrote it over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22... 22 messages over a 15-minute period. A little bit hard to follow. Thank you, man. On that basis, so 1 in every 9. Roughly 1 in every 10 augments, in that case, will hit the leech. So you lose 1/10 of those, that's half a divine perf. One in 10 you lose half a divine. 50% of the time you gain 1 divine. Then you have to pay 7 every 40. So that's 0.6 plus half. 1 point. It's almost literally exam. No, I wasn't asking him to put in a single message. I was asking him to just give me a string like this. Like that I can just read. Quick mental math, it works out to be similar. The problem being that you have a higher incurred cost. So you save on imprints, but you have a 10% worse chance on the augment, and you also have to pay to wipe your suffixes after. 0.3%. I don't think he was including that though. Like that's the big difference. So you see here, right? Like so, say this hit flaring. If I wanted to augment this, I would now have to craft prefixes can't be changed, and then I would have to scour. That's 2 divines. Then prefix, and then 3 crafted mods. That's 4 divines. The prefixes can't be changed, 6 divines. And then fucking, whatever, mana leech, 6 divines. Whereas in this method, the one that we were doing before, you only have to pay for prefixes. So that's 4 divines every time you augment as well. One point 1.36 and 1.39 are not values that are meaningful. Neither of those numbers mean anything to me. 1.36 what? Versus 1.39 what? Do you think the time is worth it to not have to make imprints? The total cost is about 1,100 divines per. The imprints represent about a quarter of that. The augments represent about 70% of it. So less augments is financially better. His method is less imprints, more augments. Also more meta mods. So right now is the best time too. Dude, that's the fucking 5th time I've hit tempered. Fuck's sake. Situations like this won't work either, I think. Right? Because you wouldn't have 2 crafted suffixes. So you couldn't do the thing with the crab, or the aspect. You'd have a crafted prefix and a crafted suffix. I'd have to fully flesh the thing out. Discharge is like the most malleable build ever. There's nothing on the tree that's meant for it. I change my tree like every 15 minutes. Alright, let's try it out. Fizz Leech. See, this is where the problem is too, actually. Because now annulling is a lot harder. Yeah, actually, no, that's way worse. Because annulling, you have to get rid of fucking 2 mods now. You get rid of the fucking bricked prefix, and you have to get rid of that shitty ass. Because if you lose the 3 crafted mods, you can't recraft anything. Yeah, no, forget it. I'm not doing that again. It works better, or not works better, but it ignores the string, like the movement after. Right? Like hitting the subsequent, the annul after the augment becomes significantly harder because there's an extra mod. Right? Like right there. We do that. We've still got another mod on there. Like right now we would have 3 crafted mods, Fizz Leech, and we'd have elemental damage. right? So we'd have a, I could put an aspect, I guess, but I think when you factor that into it, it makes it just patently worse. Alright, let's go buy like a fucking 2 mirrors worth of life force. We just added what one div. I'll run a full string later when I'm a little bit more on the ball, but I don't think it's going to be going. Okay, 118 divines, 519,000. $264 divines worth of life force. Let's go. That is a pricey fucking. Content single-handedly skyrocketed our past 2. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Glad it's working well for you. Can you hear me talking right now, by the way? If, we freezing out here. Yeah, we're at 33.16 mirrors. 264. A lot of that, though, has been people from stream quitting the league and just contributing, so it's not 1.1 million, 250k, 1.1 million. Let's go. There we go. That's 300. That's 400 divines we just spent on life force. Let's make it an even mirror. Oh, Calice, t'étais un francophone. Un chinois francophone? C'est quoi ça? Salut, je voudrais t'acheter. Son. 82 litres ciblés. Quoi ça? You got audio? Righteous. I think I've seen many francophones that are Based out of Japan, though. Interesting combo. Alright, there we go. There's a mirror of life force. Yeah, I was rolling a base previously that had tier 1 fizz percent, tier 1 flat fizz, sorry, tier 2 fizz percent, tier 1 flat fizz, and tier 1 attack speed. Fuck. And I rolled tier 1, tier 1, tier 3, which I've rolled 3 times today. The other 2 times I just annulled it. So that first time I rolled it, I was like, I want to see if I can leverage this. Knowing that Sushi's bow is tier 1, tier 1, tier 4, the difference between the implicit is only 3%, but the difference between the hybrid is 10%. So I was like, this bow is objectively better than your bow. It'll be better for your people. Tier 1, tier 1, tier 3 is less like, you know, like people will generally be, I think, a bit more receptive to that. As well, I'll pay for you to recraft the suffixes, and you'll get another opportunity to unveil attack speed, which would make it even better. He's like, yep, bet, deal. So I paid him 2 mirrors plus the bow that I had, and in exchange, I got his bow, which I obviously just scoured. But in exchange, I basically paid 2 mirrors to get a T1, T1, T1 implicit base versus something I would have just annulled. So yeah. And before you think T1, like 2 mirrors is very expensive, 3 vultures, 2 crate chicks per mod change. So 12, 19 divines to change the correct suffix 1 time. 2 mirrors being 40, 45 or 50. 45 or 50 rerolls. Oh, that's it. But considering the fact that I wanted to go for either tier 1 or tier 2, and he was happy with tier 3 or tier 4, it didn't make sense for him to have a perfect implicit base, and it didn't make sense for me to have a suboptimal one. So it's a good exchange, I think, mutually beneficial. What happened thereafter? Nothing to do with me. Sixth time I've hit fucking tempered in this batch. You noticed I'm trying the suffix thing. It's not because I think it's net better. It's because I don't want to run them. I'm going to take a break after this series of imprints. So I'll try and stretch out as many as I can. And there's no, like, it's inarguable that this would cost less to imprint. See there, situation like that, boom, waste 5 divines. That's no bueno. Yeah, I can't keep doing this. We've lost 10 divines and we've saved... In that time, we've hit 3 suffixes, which is still a fucking 50-50. So even if we lost all 3 of them, we would have lost 6 divs. We've lost 10 divs on augments. At the same time. And then this is another situation where you get fucked. Yeah, the 100%, my way is better. Because you get fucked here, right? You could normally have fucking double leech there, but instead you have to go a single leech again. And again, the deck survives. I am still gonna do this for the remaining amount of fucking imprints though. Again, purely just because it allows me to stretch this out a little bit longer. forgot to do it right there. LOL. This is another annoying situation where you're blocking like this.
Is complete.
Fuck it, I'm gonna go back to my way. This is also another issue with it too. When you get 3 suffixes, so you don't get that. Oh, yeah, actually, sorry. I can still block the prefix for disregard. This is the annoying one. You want to know what happened earlier? I hit dictators twice. Right before that, though, I hit conquerors. And just for jokes, I wanted to see if I just like, because, you know, I've spent fucking 17,000 divines or whatever. I was like, I don't mind spending an extra 3 or 4 divines to augment conquerors to see what happens. I augmented flaring on conquerors, which I immediately had to annul because I could never keep T1, T1, T3. Then I hit dictators twice and I augmented T5, T5. I know art like that has nothing. No, there's no correlation between the two, but I was still a little salty about that.
You are truly a survivor.
Tempered for the 8th time or some shit. There's some really sick augments we've been getting. Real sick. If you feel like it's been a while, it's because it has been a while. It's been over, we hit flaring on our, like, 7th regal. So it's been almost like 125. And it's a 1 in 40. Which means we've spent approximately a mirror without hitting a single tier 1. Dude, the amount of times in the past, like, 10 augments, we've hit 2 to 4 fizz. Actually gross. Conquerors. James, you know better. Don't fucking tease yourself. You're gonna annul it anyways. Good boy. That takes fucking discipline. Discipline! Conquerors, by the way, guys, is twice as rare as flaring. Just so you know. Flaring's a 200 weighting, Conqueror's a 100 weighting. Ba 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 ba. Man, it's gonna be really sweet when we do get this done, though. Like, real talk, I've actually worked, like, really hard on this. To the point I'm starting to notice it now. Tier 2 again. Probably the, what? It's gonna be at least the 10th time in this sequence of imprints. I clear my ignore list at the end of every day. Like, literally every day. But, I mean, yeah. Hit me up with personalized questions when I'm in the middle of spending like 150 divines every 5 minutes is not a great idea. This is atrocious how long it's been since we've hit a fucking tier 1. What the fuck? That's some fucking stone cold first class grade A bullshit. That's fucking wild. That's recrafting his dog. Yeah, substantially. You asked for advice and I'm on the ignore list? Yep. I don't know what kind of delusional world you operate in where people have never said you no, but generally speaking, if someone's spending multiple mirrors with 206 people watching them in the middle of a craft that you can observably watch while constantly saying how he's been up for 24 hours, spending to the tune of 15,923 divines, for you to, without asking in chat over there, which is obviously just common decency, if it's okay to ask a question or message them, you find it appropriate to insert your personal prerogative ahead of 207 other people's watching pleasure, and specifically what I'm focused on task-wise. It's incredibly ignorant, it's incredibly entitled, and the fact that you're indignant about it is rather telling. But I suggest in the future, very least ask. I'm not a fucking chat GPI. Or GPT, or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm happy to help you, but there's a time and a place. And if I don't see questions in Twitch chat or YouTube chat, I'm not looking at chat for a reason. And it's because I'm focused on something else. It's not an invitation for you to DM me. I also just made a mirror. I just made a fucking like 45-minute video on crafting crucible trees. I need rare beasts and crate chicks. a few rares. 144. The K word. Somebody say K word. Where did somebody say K word? That's how I answer like half my texts. Where did somebody say K word? What's Kerwa? What's that mean? I thought you meant like K word. Like K word. Like yo, let's hit the bar tonight. K word. Oh. I was legit looking for someone saying K word. I was like, wait, somebody else speaks like me here? I understand why Europeans think I'm being fucking serious sometimes. Not all Europeans, but a lot of the time I think when people think I'm being angry or an asshole, it's because it's over text and maybe the reference or the wordplay or whatever doesn't carry. And I think this is the first time I've ever been like on the reverse side of that, where I'm like, oh, I'm on the I'm on the out. Oh, man. Is it prohibited to write the K? I don't know what that means. I don't give a shit what you guys say. Like your words are never gonna bother me. If you say stuff that's like so gratuitous, you force my hand because it's like, I mean, common sense. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck if you swear. It's a fucking word. If you can let words bother you that much, it's probably not too bad of a position to be in life. You afford yourself the mental and emotional space to be upset by such things. Now, obviously, there's a difference if it's things like, like the N-bomb, like with African Americans or whatever. There's shit there, but shit is not the appropriate word, but you know what I mean. Bro, was that the worst dash tab? Oh, no. It was not. We got 2 augments out of it. From the first flaring, we got 2 augments. On stash tab number 2, we got 0 augments. Believe it or not. And then we also had one where we had 9 augments. With the average so far, since we got Sushi's bow, being, what, 13, 19, 25, 27, 5 by 7, just under 4. Where are we at now? 15,945 divines. Almost 16,000 divines. Can't be racist in here. Look, I don't think it's my place to tell anyone else how to feel. I actually find it incredibly patronizing. Like, to assume that like 99% of the time, like I've been, first of all, I'm from Toronto, it's a very multicultural city, and in the army, and I also went to an international boarding school. I lived in South Africa playing rugby, southern states, whatever. I find it incredibly patronizing that 99% of the people I see that get upset about shit are white people trying to speak for someone else, assuming that person can't speak for themselves. So, am I personally offended by words that have a racial undertone? No, because it's not my place. And for me to sit there and get outraged over that is, I think, frankly, disingenuous. And it's like fucking, look at me, I'm fucking, like, somebody asked me to speak for them because they're in a position that they can't or whatever, and something bothers them, I would. But I would never presume to speak for somebody else. Now, that being said, there are certain things that I can get like banned for on streams, or certain things that demonetize streams, or can get my Discord in trouble. I'll remove those. That's just an opportunity cost thing. I assume that most people are good faith actors in most situations. So yeah, I played 8 man. 8 man. And flanker when I was a bit skinnier at times, but 8 for most of it. But you know what I mean? Like, you say a swear word or whatever, you think I'm gonna go home and fucking cry on my pillow? No. Hey, bro. But yeah, I was out in Durban for a couple months in the Drakensberg. The mountains there are beautiful. Out towards Lesotho for a bit. Spent a small amount of time in Cape Town, a few weeks in Durban or in Joburg. It's kind of all over. Well, I mean, first of all, like I was a football recruit in high school. I played rugby after that. I'm Canadian. We grew up playing hockey. And then I was in the military. So these are not exactly places where swear words are kept few and far between. But it also might be a job. I mean, looking at the demographics of my stream, I assume most of you are millennials, like 65%, over 1 million views in a 10-year period, say are between 25 and 44. So I presume most of you grew up in a time when certain words had different connotations, like growing up and saying, that's so gay, without even a momentary thought in your mind of having that be referential to homosexuality. You know what I mean? Like, in no way is there a mental connection as a pejorative term, right? And there's certain things like that too. Like, I try to get better and adjust with the times, but there's certain shit that I say sometimes that's just not acceptable culturally anymore. And I understand that with certain groups that are marginalized, it can offend them. Whatever. Try to be a better person. I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But at the same time, I know when I'm saying something maliciously or with intentions, but it's really a fucking, yeah. When you've seen and done certain things, and you see people get upset over stuff like that, you almost get not jealous, but it's like you're lucky to people are lucky to have such minutia to care about, you know? Well, where I live in Canada, it's codified into labor law. Um, like if you work for any government body and you say something that could be deemed offensive, you can be fired on the spot. They're also trying to enforce online rules with respect to that. Bill C-17 or some shit. There's a very good chance that if someone were to Google me where I'm from and look up, like, 'cause I unfortunately stream under my government name. If someone were in Canada were to look me up on a Google search, which would likely show my PoE shit, and they read a Reddit thread, it's very unlikely I'd be able to be hired in a lot of places. I'm gonna smoke. Yeah, this is actually an interesting conversation. Outside of the semantics of it, I think the difference is like between being poor and being broke, right? You take a very wealthy, like, rich dad, poor dad kind of thing. You take someone who has the mentality or like the capacity or the skill set to generate currency or wealth within the game in pretty much any circumstance, and you give them zero currency, they're broke, but they're not poor. You give someone 100 divines who looks at that as a depleting resource or a coffer that's being withdrawn from that can't be refilled, that person's poor, regardless of temporary circumstance. That's obviously my subjective opinion, but that's what a lot of the currency acquisition meta within, at least what I see from content creators and stuff like that. They focus on non-renewable, like they're not compounding, right? It's kind of like someone telling you to get wealthy by picking up more shifts at a fucking McDonald's as a fry cook, and the other one is offering you perhaps like a, you know, early stake equity in a fucking, or venture capital. It's like you might not fucking see a return for 5 years on that small business, but you invest in yourself, and that knowledge builds and builds and builds, and it's a book that grows, right? Telling someone they can make 20 divines an hour running a map under very certain, like very, very specific conditions, contingent on certain prices of certain sextants or compasses and certain scarabs and all this sort of shit with a certain build, certain magic find, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. It might be good there, but you teach someone how they can go look up. Oh, look at this. Purchase Lily Roth. Adjust settings. Awaken trade. Settings league. Fifth space. Settings. Adjust. Open item on PoEDB. Alt W. Okay, pick any gem you want. Inspiration. Alt W. Okay, we come look here. We see that anomalous is at 100, divergence at 100. That's a 50-50 weighting. Okay, we go here.
Hail God Slayer.
2.4 divs. 3.1 divs. 3.8 divs. 4.8, 5.8, 6 divs. 6.7 divs. 7.7, 8.7, 8.9, 9.6, 10.3, 11.3. We just were on the bad side of RNG by a ratio of 6 to 3, and we made 2.6 divines. You get that flipped around, we got 6 and 3. It would normally be a distribution of 5 and 4. You get 5 on the fucking divergent. That's 12 divines plus 0.7 times 4. 14.4 We're there. We just made 2.8 divide, or sorry, 5.4, 5.8 divides. 30 seconds. You show someone how to do that.
Slayer.
Boom. Done. All right. Mark on hit. 50-50. All right. Divergent. 2.5 divines. Boom. Cost on average to make it 1 div. 50-50. That means a half divine profit. Show somebody how to do that. Fine. You give me 70 chaos, I'll give you a mirror in a day. It's not because of RNG. Look at that. We got 6 and 3. The 50-50. You flip that around. That's 14, 14.4, 16.5. We would have just made 7.5 divines. But you understand the difference there between telling someone, hey, you can make 20 divs an hour versus saying, look, this is how you can fucking go over to Lily, press a fucking hotkey, it'll show you the weighting of something. You go look at the material cost, okay, it's 0.9 divs, and you see that a 50-50 has a payoff of 1.5 divines on the positive side. It means that there's a 0.6 profit. Something like a gem. Or you go look up corruption rates, or you go up, there's an infinite amount of ways to do this. But there's certain things that are materially beneficial in the long run, other things that are short term and fleeting, and are also contingent on. There, 50 chaos. 100 chaos. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 22. Just waiting 1.6 divines. Peace. I made a post on that back in the day. To your point, I am figured out was the first person to data mine the weightings of corrupted implicits as well as their item level requirements. And Signal Fire was the big quiver at the time for the bow. It was called Signal Shot, the best in slot build. And getting +1 arrow on that, they were like 40 exalts, and like mirrors at this point were like 150 exalts, 125, 150 exalts. And I found a way by figuring out that if you use, because they use prophecy, if you got a low level black gleam and then use the prophecy, it would give you a low level signal fire. And by corrupting a low level item level signal fire, you could increase the odds of hitting the +1 corruption by, it was like 5 times more likely. I was making 2.5 mirrors a day doing that, and so I wrote a big post about it. And that was like, as a result of that post, Havoc asked me to be his trader for a couple of races. I remember Zizarin quit the race because he said it was unfair for Havoc to have a trader. And then I went to a wedding the night before and got too drunk and showed up 6 hours late, and it became a giant meme. But so it didn't end up working out too well. But yeah, corrupted implicits and item level restricting. That was something I actually discovered. But yeah, 2.5 mirrors a day back in 2016, 2017 maybe. That would be like probably 10 mirrors a day right now. There would be like 50 mirrors in a league because you didn't have all these divination cards and you didn't have things like the feared and quantity stacking. There was no atlas, any of that crap. I can't do anything, guys. I don't have any imprints, and I don't have any rare beast. I have lots of currency raw on me, but I just ordered some lunch, and I've been streaming now for what's that, 4 plus 12, 16, 27 hours straight, so might be a good time for me to take a break. This is how you bulk buy, by the way. You don't use Motherfucker was upcharging me. I bought like fucking 288 prey chicks off the guy who said he was Sushi's trader. At a 0.3 divine hiked up rate. It's that 288 times 0.3. It's like 90 extra divines I paid the guy. Very dishonest. Grand scheme of thing, that's very little, but yeah, but people at 5, that's 5 plus 1.8, that's 9. People overestimate how like difficult it is to buy things. Like you can sell things for bulk on TFT with like 20 beasts or more. It's like 4 trades. So it's like, do you want to pay 6 divines or you want to make 4 trades? It's really not that difficult. especially if you have a team with you, right? Like if you have an immediate supply of whatever it is you need, and you can have someone else go buy them. Right, like so for a couple days I had, 1,000+ crate chicks. In that situation, it's like I give someone 200 divines. I'm like, just pay the market price. There's no rush. There, I just got 17 of them in a minute and a half. $22.
Free.
36. Yeah, no, I know. My build's not. I mentioned this earlier. I sell my own items constantly if I know I can change them. Like there would have been a situation where I needed 10 divines, so I sold it to buy what it was that I needed. I can just replace it whenever. It's not obviously that pertinent one. Just doing this. Yeah, no, I do appreciate it. Thanks. You should be using Herald Device though too. You definitely want to get those chain pops. Again, I like look at it as an outline, not as a fucking, you know what I mean? Like don't. It's not scripture. I change it constantly. How many do you have? Okay, there we go, guys. I just got 46 chimerals in 5 minutes. Two quad. Oh shit, 2 quad tabs. I made the helmet from scratch. print this off for you guys. Was it fixed? Yeah, unfortunately, he got 4. Yeah, well, I'm gonna just like chill out for. It's the middle of the day. I'm not gonna sleep. It's 2 p.m. But I need to have lunch and just step away from the computer for a short bit. So, um, thank you very much, Be Dental. Appreciate all these rares, man. Um, that's huge. Fire knives. I just gave 400 divs. So when I get back, he'll have 200 crate chicks. I'm gonna roll 2 stash tabs worth of imprints when I get back, so we'll do 288 straight. 288, we would average 7 augments on flaring. We've had 36 so far, so 7 more would put us to 43. Again, the average would be 64. So getting pretty close to that sweet spot. Our total augments is 55, so 7 additional ones would actually put us to 62. I think total augments were actually averaging 4, so it'd be 8, so 63. All right, but yeah, guys, I'm gonna be AFK for a short while here. I'm gonna keep the stream up. Yeah, I'll be back fairly soon, guys. Fruit, thank you for the help, brother, with the stack decks and stuff. And everything you do. I don't say thank you to you enough. I really appreciate it. I get wrapped up in what I'm doing and forget to thank people sometimes, but it doesn't go unnoticed. Okay, a little 35 div sale before I will eat my food. I didn't even know I had those. Alright, we back, baby. Was a nap lovely. Yeah, I am. No joke. I'll show you in a sec. That's literally what I was just doing. I made my own string. The conclusion on it is that it's pretty much the same price. However, it does get you almost 3 times the amount of augments per imprint. So it's more a matter of, do you value the appreciation of crate checks and or the time of imprints, as well as, like, because the meta mods are, when you have to do the second augment, it's only once every 40 or 50. You're doing it like 3 or 4 times, so it's like an extra 20 divines. It also makes it a little bit harder with respect to blocking on like when you use a aspect. But I think I actually am going to do that. Not because it saves a particular amount of time per se, but because it saves here resting. My biggest bottleneck is actually physically running the imprints. It's like the part I dread doing. And being able to get 3 to 1 on that, even if it's a bit more expensive, I think is worthwhile. I can show you in a little bit here. Just get this all set up. Yeah. I didn't even know I had yours. What enchant did you want on it? I have a few with enchants. I'm just gonna drop on the ground. If you're gonna run some mobs here, some leftover shit. Never mind. Go ahead. Yeah, running a simulator is annoying. The Awakened Gem corrupt. Yeah, yesterday. Oh, who has the money? Can I just go on Discord? Can we just chat in Discord? I don't really want to. Like 30-second delays are fucking killing me. Music settings. Voice and video. Input, output. Fuck does the fucking default mean? What the fuck is default? Output. It's desktop, I guess.
The first ones you are worthy, exile. You are truly a survivor.
Let's see here. Voice and video default device. Works Duocast. I didn't tell you to check my Instagram for fucking trading strategies. Holy shit. Is that a real message? Belton mentioned on his YouTube I should check his Instagram for money-making strategies. No, sir? No. That is not correct. Fire knives. Can you hear me on your stream? What'll the bow be worth? I'm gonna have to check the. I'm gonna check the exchange rate on Janubu's tiers, but I think I could fetch a pretty penny for it on the open market. Oh. What will the bow be worth if you hit the T1, T1? Yeah, the T1, T1, T1 itself. I mean, that by itself is worth like literally hundreds of years, but the real strength of the bow would come in on like the holistic version of the bow, right? If the suffix is obviously +2 arrows is a necessity, but if you were to hit, I mean, you could beat the TFT1 just unveiled attack speed, but for example, if you were to also get tier 1 attack speed, which is 19%, you'd be talking about a bow that was like significantly different. Plus, theirs doesn't have rampage. That being said, though, don't know what suffixes you want. I literally, and I'm not being hyperbolic, I made the most comprehensive blast crafting video in the history of this game. There is not a single other resource you'll need to watch. Go watch it. I spent like 9 hours making it. I also have a written version of the same guy. You watched it, then watch it again, because the question's answered. There's literally a section on it where it says what is the best. Like, I remember that distinctly. I remember I made that video like 4 months ago, and I know exactly off the top of my head what the answer is, because I know there's verbatim a section that answers that specifically for M for plus. No, it's okay. Anyways, the answer is of the rainbow. You might recall this part, it would be something along the lines of Bismuth Flask of the Rainbow for mod synergy purposes. Typically, when you have mod synergy, they're worth more. So all res on an all res base, crit on a crit base, etc. However, unless you're running Melding of Flesh, often it's overkill to have the all res on a Bismuth Flask. However, with the exception of CI, Chaos Res is rather hard to come by. However, having the suffix, which is 40 all res, with a 95% increased effect, is still incredibly effective for many builds, and the Chaos Res is typically more sought after. The most important thing when you're looking at class mods is 100% perfect on the suffix, increased effect. Like the difference between, say, like a evasion, which rolls 50%, or armor, which rolls 60%, the difference between a 59% and a 60% is probably going to be 100% price value. Like one might be 150 chaos, and one will be 1.5 divine for that 1%. That is the number one thing you have to look for, because everything else thereafter can be, like the Kindle is very easy to get, very easy. You got 1 in 27. They're still super cheap, easy to come by. it's preferable to get the increased effect, but even if you don't, you can do the annul method where you annul and try and augment it back on. But yes, it's not very difficult to alteration a tier 1 suffix. It is, however, difficult to alteration a perfect tier 1 suffix. Furthermore, it's difficult to augment or to alteration a perfect T1 suffix on a matching base. In terms of time, not going to be worth it. However, you can find, 60% armor. Granted, it's a pretty obvious one, but, diamond, whatever. If you look, you'll be able to find them. You can find those perfect rolls on the matching base with the wrong prefix. Hey, whatever, 8 chaos, burn and null. And then, 1 in 7.5, you hit increased effect, and the tier doesn't matter, right? So, just do the cost analysis. He wasn't last league, I think it was 2 leagues ago. The league's kind of blurred for me at this point, but to illustrate my points about how effective flasks were, in one day, so I started with 3 divines. All I was able to do with those 3 divines was craft flasks. So I could buy however many flask bases, alterations, and kindles, whatever I want with 3 divines. And in under 24 hours, I turned those 3 divines into a mirror, selling only flasks. Yeah, the mod synergies don't actually have a functional impact. Suchi didn't craft the bow. He told me he's not allowed to touch it anymore. He has a partner. I thought it was Slippery Jim for some reason. I apologize if that dude's watching. I said your name wrong. I wasn't trying to misrepresent you. Like Dead End Jim or something like that. The name here. You know what? I wouldn't like this if you got my name wrong. What's his name? Oh, it just says Jim. I think his name in game was Dead End Jim. But anyways, Jim something. And he was doing the Regal Reforged method, so I was sending him the strings of data on how to do it faster and cheaper, and I was sending him all that stuff because I felt bad that they fucked it up. So the Jim guy was able to, from a state of complete disrepair, so it had no mods on it. He got T1, T1, T4 with a +2 arrow done in under 4 hours. I mean, T4 is not exceptional, but it's the same state it was basically, except they lost the tree was the same, but they lost the 3% of the damage basically. Whereas I annulled with that exact same roll twice after that, because there's nothing, can't do anything with it, right? So there's something wrong with my mic.
What am I, Joe Jackson?
Oh. Microphone, HyperX Duocast. I smack son like Joe Jackson. Turn a white sun to a black one. Where? I don't know. Is that any better? That was perfect. Okay. Yeah, sorry, to digress a bit here, the suffix, or the base and suffix synergy have no functional. Like, for example, if you were to have 55 crit on a diamond and 14% move speed on a Quicksilver, it would have the exact same effect on your character as if you had 14% move speed on a diamond and 5 crit on quicksilver. And there is somewhat of a functional reason that they match together, because typically when people want something, you know what I mean, like someone's stacking crit, you know, they don't have to mix and match 20 different flasks for the most part. It's like if I need crit, I just use all the crit here. If I need move speed, I'll move speed here. Obviously, there's workarounds to that, and they're quite the specifics of any individual's build is going to be obviously tailored to their needs, but yeah, it's certainly not to a point that it would necessitate being, you know, 3 or 4 times the price. But yeah, it is. So it's one of those sort of weird idiosyncratic market things with PoE. I've seen people before, and I'm not sure it's good. Like, okay, I'm not going to name names here, but I've seen streamers or people playing the game before where they look for non-split versions of items, not because they want to split them after. Like it's never like they state their intention. It's never split them, but they think it'll have a lower value. And again, there's no at no stage. It's not like for argument's sake, it's got a synth 3, so it can't be split kind of thing, right? And this is not in Crucible. And I'm not sure if it's because there's certain people who are like purists and they just don't like having the tag on there, or if it's because people think having a split tag actually prevents certain things. So I'm not sure if it's like an aesthetic thing, or if the people just don't know how to craft all that well. But I have seen people, like I've seen people that play the game a lot. Audibly, I really kind of thought. Another one of those little weird things. Like, okay, earlier, for example, somebody was complaining to me that because I had multiple mage bloods at the same time, and he was complaining to me that he messaged me for a different 2 flask mage blood, but both were uncorrupted. Okay? He's obviously going to use a divine on it, right? Like, it's a 2 flask uncorrupted, you're going to use a divine on it to get to a 4 flask. Why would there be a difference? What was both of them had a perfect implicit, both were and he sat there for like a minute. He's like, I messaged you for a different flask. I was like, dude, you're going to use a divine. Fractured items are bad, with the exception of Eldritch Currency. Yeah. Eldritch Currency really saves fracturing is never the optimal way to craft, again, with the exception of Eldritch Currency. Because you can have both of them. It's an expedited way to craft, right? It's meant to make crafting something easier. It's rarely meant to make it better. The only cases I can think of, again, would always involve Eldritch Currency. So typically boots, gloves, and sometimes chests. Although I'm personally copper mods on chest are better. However, getting something that like you couldn't have otherwise. So let's say you fractured like an abyssal socket. And then you could also use something like an essence mod, and then you could also get like, you know, suppression on there or something like that. Like something that would be impossible the combo to have otherwise. That's the only, or you know, popular one actually is the cold res and 50% increased damage with chill. Fractured clusters are never optimal. You can put implicits on them. I've spent 150 hours in 36 mirrors rolling a bow that already exists, and you're questioning whether or not I'm a degen? Listen, Buck. Alright? Some people supported the Union, some people supported the Confederacy. Around these parts, it's for the degeneracy. Put some respect on my name. And some hot sauce. Mr. Belton. I have a double corrupted mage blood, hatred wrath, looking for a clean one with some divs. Take a look at well said, thank you. But yes. Optimal has no contingencies, right? You can't say something's optimal and then say, you know, if, but, it's zip. People's personal preferences or how difficult it is to get or whatever, how practical it is, none of that matters. Optimal means optimal. No, does it make sense in a lot of cases? No. When I made for example, when I created the 100% chance to not consume discharge build, I had 17 jewel slots. I was using 3 1-passive voices. And I had like 1100 crit multi, which is largely from stacking the jewels, because discharge jewels naturally can get 18, 18, 15, 15. So the 4 mods can get 66% crit multi. However, you can also get 4% crit multi on an implicit, and you can get 5% spell damage with a shield. And what else can you get? That was Sentinel League, yeah. And where else are some good ones? Anyways, there's a couple other mods that are pretty good. So yeah, my goal for the league was to get 70%. This current build right here, not that much actually. Well, I'm sorry. Not that much relative to the amount of money I've spent this league. It's a lot compared to the average person's, but for the amount of money I've spent or transacted or profited on things, quite a small portion of it has been put towards discharge. I did spend 11.5 mirrors crafting the implicits on this though. So mirror crafted claw, 11.5. Let's say put it at cost 12 mirrors. Oh, plus the trees, 12.5 mirrors. Plus 2 power charge helmet with aspect light dual res. 13 mirrors. Perfect foiled ashes. 14 mirrors. Squire foiled with 100% freeze, zealotry, 12% spell block, and life. Another mirror, 15 mirrors. Wanderer's touch, 18.5 mirrors. Foiled mage blood, 16.5 mirrors. Perfect surge binders, frenzy, LE weakness, double 7s, probably 50 divs. This ring's probably worth about 25 mirrors. Only 4 of them in the entire game. This exact mod rolled. There's only 1, which is mine. I made it last league. I have 2 1-passive voices, so another mirror there. Yeah, probably. Yeah, my build itself, like, if you take away this ring, it's probably, like, between 15 and 20 mirrors. If you add this ring, it's, like, 45 or something. But you also have to keep in mind, like, I've spent, we gotta add the 1 divine. I've spent 15,981 divines on this in the past 2 days of crafting. So 33.29 mirrors. So in the past 2 days, we spent almost as much as we have in our whole build. Oh shit, I forgot to actually include these. Awaken Enhance, 120 div, 350 divs. I've sold 2 of these for 75 divs each, so that was a couple weeks ago as well. So we'll use that as a baseline, I guess. 425 div. Yeah, so say another mirror worth of gems in total as well. All the beasts in the ground are giving you anxiety? Call PETA, you pussy. Fuck, I'm gonna get demonetized. God damn it. How long am I streaming up? You know the last one that I did, where there was 12 hours where I did all the fucking thing? Power thing. Gone. No money. 23 hours. 0 revenue. You goddamn pussy cat is what I meant to say. Sorry. I stuttered. You're just popped over 500. Damn. Yeah, that's cool, bro. I totally agree to those terms. And then I would just send you the overall counter being at 16,000 divines, and I'd be like, bitch, even the help gets 10%. Boom! Roasted! 200 divs. Ha! I'll call you if I get bored for 4 minutes. Oh, thanks, dude. If you have a bit of a hard sell using a power chip, because you can get 2 charges on a fucking void battery, right? I think if anyone's stacking power charges, that would be they'd be much more prone to doing that. That's actually a very nice craft though. It's a good job. I would have gone with probably max res over double damage while focused. I don't like contingent things like that, but otherwise it's great. And your implicits too, I would have changed those implicits. The 30 armor doesn't make any sense at all. I would have cost like literally 3 vultures to fix. That was a bit of an oversight, but otherwise dope. Is that for self-use? Yo, CPU to blacksmith, fucking banter with me, bro. Don't give me like a fucking nasty Yelp review being like bullied by streamer. Banter, bro, banter. Sometimes I try to banter with Janubu. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but I get like really bored and I'm waiting for something to sell. I don't know why he hasn't blocked me, but he never has blocked me. But I'll send Janubu like a random message. I'll be like, Jenny, my dear, I feel like you and I should reconcile and unite the kingdoms. Can you imagine you and I cuddling up by a warm fireplace, sprinkling the divines of the lost peasants all over them as we muse on the woes of the 99%? Our families uniting, Jenny Boo. It's meant to be. Or I'll be like, Jenny, why do you keep talking shit about my items? You know it's just a weird advertisement. Anyways, just got 6 mirror services because of it. Keep up the good work, pal. Things like that. Never replied to me though. But he's also never put me on ignore. But, although I suspect he gets lots of messages. You are friends with Nubu. Motherfucker! What language do you speak? Because I know that shit ain't English, and if it is, I do not want to have a dinner conversation with you. Because I know your ass is a fucking cyborg. No, I was saying sometimes when I get really bored, I try to like banter with Jenny, but like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, the guy's literally got my like job taken away. Like, he's got me deplatformed numerous times. Has literally like sent out a news alert to 500,000 people on multiple occasions, saying that I'm a sexist, racist, whatever, blah 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 blah. Right? Like, the guy obviously like, there is no, like, he does things like, I kind of do things in more of a trolly way. Like, I understand it could have a negative consequence on him, but I'm not sitting here, like, being like, I want death upon Janubu and family. You know what I mean? Like, so I was saying, when I get bored sometimes, like, super bored, and, like, I'm waiting for someone to sell or whatever, noticed one time that I wasn't, Janubu hadn't blocked me, so I'll send him, like, a fucking stupid message, like, Jenny, we should, like, unite our families and, like, take over the realm of Rayclast. Can you imagine? Laughing at all the poverty? He never replies to me though. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you didn't do the task anyway. It's like saying, hey man, I'll hire you to do this job if you fucking shovel my driveway. And like, you come back later and my driveway's shoveled. You're like, yo bro, where's my $50? Be a fucking politician. How do you spell his name? Is it not just Jen Ubu? K-U-N-J-E-N-U-B-U? I know there's a stupid capital letter in there somewhere, I think. Regularly buys the level 5 awakened gem, yeah. They're worth a lot on standard. They're like 450 dips there. You have like limitless currency. it's a very good thing. Like, the margins on it are great, the absolute return's great, and it's like an assured thing. If you had like fucking 500 mirrors sitting around, and there were 200 dims, it's like a very easy way to get 250 divine profit by the end of the league, or just sell them outright on standard. This is in league though. Thanks, man. Huge sleep. Today, yes. With women, mind your own business. Jelly about my jelly? I don't think you're ready about this jelly. I actually got them in a, what do you call them, a mystery box. I've never bought any of my MTXs, but I buy stat, like the only things I buy are stat stats, right? I have a shit ton of them. But I don't know when or why or like whenever they do this, but they occasionally give you like I guess a mystery box or whatever when you like if you spend anything in the MTX store or whatever. I got it from that. Like sometimes I just do this and there's like a little box here. I don't know what they come from, but the vast majority of mine though are league. It's like I have a lot of here. Well, anyway, I've got like 19 totems. I don't want my son to learn to suck at crafting. Shit. I think I should focus on helping your son learn how to hit first, because he ain't getting it from his papa. Boy's adopted, hunted, roasted. Yeah, we'll do our best, bro. Everyone's space, awesome. Thanks, man. Show GME to the moon, baby. Cringe. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Thank you. I mean, the reality, like, it would take me an entire league, probably not entire league, but it would take me a couple of weeks to put together the currency that I've spent in the past couple of days. I wouldn't have been able to do that with you guys hooking up stuff, so appreciate it. My motives at this point, I'm sure transparently are not financial. What the fuck is this? Why is that 3 on your 1 passive voices? Let's see, fuck. Hey, sick dude. No, I'm just joking. I've actually never had 3 passive voices though. I should have price checked that earlier. Is that worth it point efficiency wise? How many points would that be? 1, 2, 3. And you have to do what? 4 more, so 7, 8, 9, 10. So you get 3 jewels for 10 points. Actually, I guess that is 3.3 points. Eh. I guess actually it depends how centralized you are in the tree, I suspect. Like discharge, because it's basically a skeleton tree. Because you're just going around the outside, going for charges. It's very easy to get jewel slots, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 natural access ones. And then I have 17 because of voices, but... Ooh, minimum charge per grand spectrum. Which is the one that's really... Is it the frenzy one that's expensive one? Oh, is that a frenzy one? Ooh, that's expensive as shit. I didn't know these were so pricey. Pretty lit. Jokes aside, I actually do really appreciate this, guys. I make jokes because I'm uncomfortable. I'm not really used to people helping me out in this fashion. And it feels weird being in like the position of knowing how much money I make and having people, you know. So it's just me trying to make light of that. But without the help you guys have given me over the past couple of days, there's no way I'd have a realistic chance of accomplishing this goal, which is obviously something I've put a great deal of time and effort into over the course of the league. So for what it's worth, it's a meaningful pursuit for me, and I appreciate you guys. Don't you ever fucking tell anyone on Reddit I said that. Reputation to maintain. I don't think you're ready, focus jelly. Dude, you got that stuck in my head now. What build was that guy playing? I don't know. As long as I can fit a portal scroll into my build, I'm good to go. Trade me, you motherfucker! Christ! Fucking Einhard can get fucking natural gas from the Russians faster than this. Fuck. If it was too boost, my bed is too bootylicious, found your bed. The death of the Janubo. Sucking on my titties. How much was that? 11, 20, or no, 19. Have any other sales? Oh, yeah, 2. 19, 21. 16,002 divines. Crack the 16k mark. Wait, prettiest Bombat. Get out of here! Stop stealing my rares! You son of a bitch. Where are you? Could you give me a hand? Right. Oh, actually, this one I can figure out. Could you give me a hand with the rares? Obviously, I can price rares. Oh, actually, fuck. These have trees. If you can give me a ballpark on the rare prices, that would save me like fucking 15 minutes. In particular, anything that has a, well, the one. This has a, oh, actually, it's a live crucible tree. Why they take advantage of the league mechanic? I totally am going to need them at some point, but as you can see, I'm inundated with them at the moment. So they're not of a particular need at the moment. But if you're able to hold on to them for an hour or two, maybe I could totally grab them then. 15, 20, yeah. I'm just busting your balls. Although I'm pretty sure you can get plus. Oh, I guess maybe you use it as the chest. Plus skill gems is how much? 25? Cool, thanks, dude. 25, so I take off 2 divines. I'm gonna take like 10% off whatever anyone says to me. So I'd much rather things sell quickly. Just given the breed. In which we are spending. Okay. Perfecto. Perfekten Schlag. Oop. Vielen Kinder. I actually have a video. This is gonna sound strange. I have a video that's called Mirror Making Mentality that kind of discusses my mindset and my approach to PoE philosophically. If you don't want to watch that because it's like an hour long, I actually do have a website that here. Why don't you take a leak? Take a read on this. It's definitely more articulate and to the point than I would be answering your question. It'd take about 5 minutes to read it. Janubu is Russian. He's a Russian national that lives in Israel. AKA, you ain't extraditing shit, bitch. I don't think you're ready for this journey. Oh wait, sorry, we're doing inference. There's a default in the USA. Will you come to me in India? Why? Is my cell phone broken or something? Is my cable down? Am I gonna get lied to that your name is Steven from Mumbai? Steven from Mumbai? Listen, your name ain't goddamn Steven. Unless it's Seagal, because he's weird as fuck. Also, Cashmere scares me. No, actually, I'd love to go to India. Any part of the world where they have like some preservation of their ancient culture and society. What the fuck? If I had to make currency without using the market or crafting, if there was no market in this game or crafting in this game, what would be the point of currency? It's like saying like, all right, you're the last person alive, no chance of mating, no interspecies breeding. Got 1 hour in Fort Knox. What do you go and buy? Actually, I guess gold is a good conductor. That's rust either. A bad example. You gotta go to the Federal Reserve. And you gotta read the journal of every crypto influencer ever. To the moon, baby! What content I like in the game? I like what I like. For me, money is utility. Sorry, when I say money, I mean currency. there's always some asshole who thinks I'm fucking, you said money, RMT. I mean, in-game currency. For me, it's utilitarian, right? What I like having currency for is because I like crafting, and I like being able to craft what I like at any given time, or do what I like, right? The reason why I play Discharge every league is because I really like Discharge. I like the archetype. It's kind of a unique, fun thing that I've built upon for years. And, you know, there's very few things in this game where, you know, it itself is fundamentally bad. It's usually just people have not put either enough time or currency into making it good. And so, I would just do what I wanted. You have to keep in mind, I've played the game for 22,000 hours over like 10 and a half years, right? I've won demigods before. I actually, believe it or not, used to race for league first boss kills back in the Ziri era, playing Poison Arrow. You know, like I've done the fucking longer race seasons and won fucking alt arts from that. And, you know, multiple level 100s. I've got 40 to 40 like 30 times. It's like, there's not too much dynamism to the game past a certain point. You know what I mean? Leveling races, unless you're doing them in the first like 2 or 3 days, seem kind of pointless given the fact that 5 ways exist. Uber bosses and that shit seems kind of pointless given that you can do it for like on like a fucking 2 divine build, or something like Cast on Death Discharge, which is completely gimmicky and useless, but does that and trivializes that content. So for me, like the one thing that is ever changing, and you know, they're constantly adding new crafting currencies, constantly adding new league mechanics that interact with previous currencies or crafting methods, and you know, the meta's changing, new skills are being added, people's preferences change, whatever, right? So for me, like that's part of why I like crafting, but it's also like a cool way to make like a Marcus, I guess. You know, like I know Legacy is not something that many people think of when they play a video game, but for myself, I've played for like 11 years, as I said, and a very long time. And for me, it's a lot cooler having somebody be like, yo, I remember the rings you crafted in Sentinel League. Those were fucking nuts. As opposed to somebody being like, yo, bro, like, I heard you had fucking 26 mirrors raw. I heard you raw dogged it, bro. Nobody fucking gives a shit about that. Right? And especially when somebody else like mirrors a version of your item. Like, somebody in my guild was telling me they saw somebody else flexing my, like, they mirrored my 777 ring, and they were flexing that in global. And to me, that was, like, the biggest compliment I'd ever received. That's like, usually I'm doing that, because, like, I'm insecure. But, like, when somebody else is flexing something you made, that's pretty dope. And so that's where I find a lot of my reward now. Don't be mad because I go to the hottest club, chill with the hottest dude, and listen to the dopest music. Red time? Hashtag Black Lungs Matter. Damn, bro, looking out for that on me. I'm just gonna pick up all these rare stuff. I'm worried, not worried, but if I come back and somebody's like message me to fucking do a big trade or something, and I go to my hideout and I start crafting, I'm gonna forget that these are all here, 100%. Watcha. What? What are you talking about? H2O? More like H2O. What are we on the Singapore servers? I got 99 problems, but a percent ain't one. But it also is one at the same time. Yo, real question, because I was just thinking about this when you're out there, you're like, fucking Janubi's got a fucking sick out, Jack, whatever. Do you guys think, by and large, no, I'm not saying anyone specifically. Do you think people, like, who don't stream ever on webcam, do you think it's because they look fucking weird or they're insecure about how they look? Or do you think it's a secure, like a privacy thing? By and large, no one is specific. But like when I think of PoE, I can think of like, I don't almost say like almost like half the people I can think of don't have a fucking webcam. People are insane. Then you've got me, who fucking streamed with twitch.tv/government name, first and last. I'm scared of no ghosts. Well, the first time looking at almost stream because I can't speak English. Oh yeah. Well, thank you for the public service. Now learn to speak American, and Jesus will thank you. Yeah, that's a fair point. I didn't think about the social anxiety part. See, I almost do the opposite. Like, I have my camera on because a lot of the time when I'm, like, focused, I don't want to talk. And so, like, I feel like it's weird having no, you know what I mean? Like, there's, like, if it's just silent and I'm doing shit, right? If the camera's there, at least it's like there's some kind of... Oh, it doesn't pop up. Oh, shit, sorry, I had my whispers closed. The item level abused? Yeah, get it, boy. Ooh, 24 day sale. Again, when I say insecurity, I'm sure that, like, each one of... Ooh, I don't know if it's not possible. Ooh, I like a challenge. I feel like everyone probably has, like, someone that comes to mind. Again, I just want to clarify, I'm not specifically... I have no one in mind specifically. I just noticed, like, someone like Sushi, for example, earlier. Like, I noticed him, and, like, 9 Lives didn't have one. Desi doesn't have one. Who else doesn't have one? Big tips. Nobody ever got the joke of this tab, by the way. Perfect motorboating size. It was because it was filled with Krejcik Chimerals the whole time. So, Krejcik Chimeral, 2 Cs. Fucking. You guys clearly haven't spent enough time on the hub. 24. Red Spectre and Crimson Duel. Yo, I haven't had that for like. Thank you, sir. Keep going. What do we have here? Purity of lightning, purity of fire, purity of ice. Ooh. 3 purities. 1 for each hole. Perfect. Perfectenschlag. Anyone else here to trade me? Fuck. I really don't like how you can't hide this. Okay. I don't know what it is about abusing low item level, but it sounds kind of Epstein-y. I'm almost done abusing the low item level. I like my item levels like my blackjack. Over 16 I pass. Oh, who's a naughty boy with Einhard? Oh, Einhard, we go to the clubs across Germany. Bitch, no! That's not even close. Unless it's... tab is that. Perfect motor voting size. Sandbagging son of a bitch. Alright. Yep. Something's listed at 4.5 divines. 4, fine. 3 divines cast and like 2-ish in chaos. It's pretty close to 4, fine. I don't even need the currency. But offering 66% of an item that low, especially when it's something that's super liquid like a gem. Fast track to the ignore. Diablo 4 will fix the problem of hiding. What in the fuck are you talking about? Stop using fucking emoticons, you freaky deaky European man. Say ha ha like a fucking American. Or LOL like a socially awkward American. And if you say XD, I will call Chris Hansen on you. Jokes aside though, there are 2 things in this game, and like I'm somewhat biased here, entirely biased here, so, you know. Do you even live, bro? Cha. Yeah. I pick up your mama every night. Why do you think I'm so jacked? Beach gave me the posture of the Nokraba, the hunchback. Is the Mirror Series combo going to be free for your audience? Yeah, for everyone but you. Because I remember I don't like you, Raphael, and I don't know why, but I remember making fun of your name. You were saying stuff that was annoying. I remember saying that you were my 3rd favorite Ninja Turtle, and like my 8th favorite Renaissance painter. And then I made some jokes about Italy in World War II. So everyone but you. Sono canadese e parlo italiano molto bene. Prego. Real racist? Italian's not a race, it's a nationality. Did you know that? Where are you from? Is everyone else that stupid too? Why not? There's like American Pie, where everyone's beautiful fit. I'll have a huge house and a swimming pool. I mean, in America, obviously, that's not the case. There's quite a massive wealth gap in there, but it depends where you are regionally. Like, coastal Florida, very common to see pools. California, I'd imagine too, although I spent more time on the East Coast. But like, Florida, for like, I've placed down in Florida. If you go like coastal Florida, for the most part, pretty hoity-toity, elder, higher property values. And the more inland you go, the more Everglady, more pickup trucks you see. The more Calvin and Hobbes bumper stickers you see with fucking Calvin pissing onto the back of the truck. You know that one? Fucking see those. But yeah, I mean, context to always where you are. More fentanyl peach, yeah, more of a West Virginia thing. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah. I think fentanyl's probably a problem everywhere. Although I suppose the U.S. The trickle down from the original prescription opioid epidemic would be more of a U.S. thing. I have an opinion on Mexicans. Dude, Mexicans get such a bad rap for nothing. Well, I mean, like, okay, the cartels, but I mean, like, in terms of like a community of immigrants to the U.S. Okay, I'm not actually American. I just joke when I'm saying that stuff. Like, it's I don't care if it offends you, because if it does, consider yourself lucky that your life is so devoid of trouble that you conjure it up for no reason. But for me, it doesn't make, like, yeah, I feel like this is one of those topics that's gonna be demonetized, but the jobs that they do and the work they seem to put in. Like especially in Florida, when I go there, like I never see people working harder than I do. There wouldn't just be Mexican; it would actually probably be primarily Cuban and Dominicans in Florida, I would think, actually. But still, Guatemalans and Central Americans that come up. Like the U.S. economy, especially in the service sector, would completely fail without those people. Them 80s, bro. I actually have this is actually a completely true story, and I have the whole thing on photo and video, because I knew no one would ever believe me at the time, and I had the fucking foresight to take photos of it. But as I mentioned, I live down in Florida. Well, I have a place in Florida. I was down there in 2017 or 18, and where I am is across from Freeport in the Bahamas, which is where, when they try to boat in or speedboat in narcotics, the cartels, they will take it to the Freeport first, and then they'll spend speedboats over to the shore, and then they drop them. They drop them. They have runners who go to the beaches and try to pick them up. Now, if the Coast Guard catches them, they have trap doors built into the boats. So, like, rather than getting all of the supply or whatever, like all the cargo that's on the speedboat confiscated and fucking taken, they pull the trap door, the drugs all fall into the water, and they hope that some of the tides go, right? And anyways, I was walking on a beach one morning with my dog and at the time, my 65-year-old father who had just had a hip surgery. And I was going for walks with him on the beach every morning because I think whatever with the sand would help him with his balance or whatnot. Anyways, see this little puppy my parents had just got, and it runs forward and it's fucking ripping its head into the sand on this little thing. Couldn't really tell what it was. Couldn't really tell what it was at first. But obviously it's a puppy, and I thought it was like a tire or garbage or something like that. Like you run up to go see. Anyways, I get over, and it's a fucking kilo of cocaine. And it's wrapped fucking 15 times. As I mentioned, I used to have a penchant for Italian reds and Colombian whites. We'll put it that way. I knew what this was immediately, and I was like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me!" And keep in mind, I'm walking with my 65-year-old father. And he comes up, he's like, "What the fuck is that?" And I was like, "Dude, this is a brick." He's like, "What does that mean?" I was like, "This is like a brick of coke." He's like, "What's a brick?" I was like, "This is a kilo of coke." And he was like, "Holy shit, we gotta fucking call the cops." I was like, "Yeah, that's probably responsible." I was like, "This is 30 years if we get caught with this, so yeah, probably a good idea." And he was like, "Well, we can't leave it on the fucking." He's like, "We can't leave it here. Fucking, kids run on the beach, whatever, blah blah blah." And I was like, "That's whatever, fair point." So here it is. I was like, "Fair point." He's like, "So we're gonna have to fucking take it home and call the cops there." And I was like, "All right." And so for fucking 3 miles, we're walking with a fucking brick of coke, as you can see here, down the fucking residential neighborhood, because my dad was worried that you could see the sand from the beach, that a dog or a kid was gonna fucking eat it, or fucking rip into it or whatever. And so I'm walking fucking residential Florida neighborhoods, bunch of fucking old fucking white people around me. Just casually with a fucking kilo. I was like, this has got to be the most surreal moment of my fucking life. I was like, I'm chilling with my 65-year-old dad post-surgery, walking through an entirely white neighborhood that's relatively affluent, that is probably primarily Jewish, with a fucking 55 grand of fucking blow, about to go meet cops to give it to them, to avoid children eating it. Anyways. Cops come to pick it up at the house. My dad's he thinks he's gonna get fucking like, you know, citizens, like, you know, badge of honor or whatever. I guess this happens all the time there, right? Because of by virtue of where it is relative to the coast. And so they start getting mad, like not mad, but you know, kind of being like, "But you guys fucking feel it? You should have just left it." Blah blah blah. Like if they had fucking, if it was laced with fentanyl, it would have. Like meanwhile, I'm just thinking, I'm like, listen, officer, if you knew how much blow I'd done in my life, I wouldn't need the speech. But nonetheless, I didn't think that was timely at the moment. But I thought it was rather fucking, like the cops seemed very not unprofessional, but you know, like it was sort of like. It was kind of like a civic duty thing. Like this is like it's straight up like wholesale, like 50K. Like somebody just calling and turning that in. Now, obviously, like a 65-year-old fucking like he's just not the type that you should be worried about. You know, fucking being a narcotics trafficker. But at the same time, it's like it's not like you just say thank you, but you'd be like, you know. Anyways, I thought it was really weird the way it was handling it. Anyways, we get a fucking message the next day. On the phone, being like, "Hi, it's the I can't remember the name of the local newspaper. We'd like your comment on this." And we're like, "Wait, what the fuck?" Anyways, guess the cops have like some kind of deal with the local newspaper where like they tell them when there's anything exciting that goes on. So, anyways, the fucking local paper was about to print our names, saying that, you know, myself and my father had found a brick of coke. Now, what's the problem with this? Well, the reason why they send them there is because the cartels have people who are stateside that go to the beach to try to pick them up. And so having our names publicized in a newspaper could potentially be somewhat of a sticky situation. And so we had to call the fucking paper and threatened pressing charge, like filing, like all this fucking shit, right? Anyways, yeah. So that was my. I can't remember what the fuck my story was, but yeah. No, anyways, we just threatened filing like ninja, like it was handled, but I thought that was rather. I was like, yeah, great idea. Criticize the civilians who turned in fucking $50,000 for drug found on a public, well, semi-private beach, but where a lot of people walk, like with kids and dogs. And then read their names in the newspaper. Very, very clever. I have no idea what brought me down that road, but yeah, I've got some stories, dude. Got arrested in Mexico one time. For like 3 days, I was not just like fucking police like trying to fucking hassle you on the side of the road. Like for 3 days, I was in jail. Got into a brawl in the Greek islands. Like a full on like fucking like a 70-person brawl. Outside of Kalamata. Passed out in fucking Monte Casino in Johannesburg and had to get fucking driven home in the back of a cab of a pickup truck. That fucking guy I was staying with, brother sitting beside me with fucking shotgun in the back seats, then get carjacked. Just fucking woke up in the morning with like the two brothers fucking puking on the backside of a fucking cab with like two fucking shotguns sitting beside me. Man. And then the fucking and the nightlife and the EDM and the concert stuff was, I think that's probably too inappropriate for stream, but Yeah, the cartels would never. They would like. They're not going to go after civilians that are non. Like that's just too much heat. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of shit that like. Again, I used to have. Like I was not like a fucking narco traffico or whatever, but you know, obviously when you're. Well, more or less, when crime remains relatively insular, sometimes there's some allowance for it, but something like that where like if the car like you know what I mean, like if there were cartels going into like a civilian area that's like a residential neighborhood with very low crime rates with primarily elderly fucking you know and they were to go over it and retaliate because someone turned in drugs they found, like that would be not the kind of heat they would want. And if they're moving kilos off the boat, it's not fucking like this isn't fucking that would be people moving weight, right? Like that would be like wholesale. So that would just be part of what do you call that shit again? Like when you have an expected loss? No, it's like retail stores. They have this like they allot a certain amount of fucking. Oh, it's not cost of doing business. It's a term for it. Like retail stores have this. Like there's an expectation of a certain amount of stuff to be fucking shoplifted. Fuck, there's a specific term for it. Shrinkage. Thank you. I remember watching a documentary on, I think it was the Medellin cartel, and they're saying like one of the ways they would get things over on like customer pilot or like whatever, you know, when they would send like the single mothers with the pregnant mothers in, and they would have like the balloons or they'd have it like strapped to them or whatever on passenger planes before airport security got so tight. They would send like 13 of them on at once, and then they would call and they would like pretend to leave a tip on like 2 of them. Right, and so then they would like literally fuck 2 of these people that were there, because they knew if they like collapsed on those 2 and that they were reporting on them, the other 11 would get through like completely fine. That was why I mean eventually they ended up using Mexico for all that, right? Because of NAFTA. Yeah. Opening of the borders there. Have you ever done martial arts? Yeah, I've done some hand-to-hand training. Now it's just hand-to-mouth training. Or finger to keyboard. Watch out, Jenny. I'm gonna leave such a rude, fucking mean comment about you. Oh. I actually think, sorry, I forgot about this part. I think it was still in the newspaper. And not like without the names. You have a script for that. So. Oh, this is that town in Greece I was just talking about where I started a brawl. That's really funny. So I convinced this bartender. I was like, yo, because I went sailing with like fucking 20 friends, like 10 girls, 10 guys, through the Greek islands. I was like, yo, I'm with like 20 fucking North American chicks. I was like, can you set me up a deal if I come here? It was like an off night, random thing. He's like, bro, you bring them here, you could fucking take over the bar. So he let me be a bartender. He just fucking left. Open bar. And then a bunch of locals came, and a bunch of the people I was with thought we had like the bar to ourselves, I guess. And then being, stupid like 17 or 18-year-old or whatever I was at the time. Basically started a fucking international brawl. But no, let's see if we can find this. That was actually really funny too. One time, one of the guys I was on that trip with made fun of me for a girl I took home one night. So then when we were on the beach, they have those like little fake tattoo things. So I railed, the guy's name was B-Mac. So I railed B-Mac's mom tattooed on my chest, like just like a 3-week disappearing one. But for the rest of the time, all 20 of us were on the trip. Every single photo, I railed B-Mac's mom. Man, I was a dick back then. That was funny though. It's funny that like when I was young, like when I was like 19, 20, I was quite skinny. But people used to call me fucking Stifler. The bar I worked at. How do I go back? Sorry, I was trying to find that newspaper article because I think that was part of it. Let me go back to rolling the bow. Oh, this was my graduate photo. Got suspended for 3 days for that one. Worth it. Yeah, like, bro, look how fucking studly I was in high school. Fuck me. Actually, I'm about 20 there. The chaddest of chads. Fucking video games. Okay, focus. Faites attention, s'il vous plaît. Oh, dude, look at me at prom. Fuck me. Dude, I need to lose like 60 pounds. Oh, shit. Damn, missed the sale. Don't care. Feeding my vanity. Let's go. Got better hair than my brother, at least. Where the fuck did this go? I literally just had these photos up. Oh, they're there. Oh, is there videos? There were videos. Did I say check Insta for money techniques? No, it's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. Why would I link my website and a Discord and to be on a fucking PoE YouTube channel and then be like, go check out my personal life for tips on PoE? Fuck you think I am, Janubu? Guy doesn't have a fucking life story, he's got patch notes.
The
I craft a T1, T1, T1 bow and loses his job. He goes to fill out a resume. So where were you for the past 3 years? 3.21. The fucking was good this patch. Oh, they were right. They were right for the fucking. Who the fuck is Rip Jiggin? I'm not even saying that to be like a, oh, I'm so great. I've legitimately never heard that name in my life. Who is that? First time I've seen this. Yeah. Asking you to describe who he is, not a timeline of when you saw him, okay? This isn't a fucking perp sketch. Got it. Can you send me one of them? Oh, sorry, Vex. I forgot you were Australian. Makes sense. I don't know. I ain't seen him. I like Aussies. Aussies have a good sense of humor. Like banter. British people too, for the most part. British people outside of London, actually. Primarily. But Aussies are like straight. There used to be an Aussie, I can't remember his name, but he was apparently quite famous in Australia, but he was an Aussie football rules, whatever player. His name was Gary. Gary something, but apparently he was like top tier AFL player. But he used to stay with my friend Will, who's like my best buddy. You guys have actually probably seen him on stream before. He would come visit for a couple weeks every year. And I remember that for the first time he left. My buddy Will was like, "Yo, you know when that guy walks down the street in fucking wherever, Sydney or Melbourne or wherever the fuck he's from, or Adelaide?" He's like, people like stop him to get like his autograph and shit. I was like, no way, like dude was fucking really chill. But my favorite thing about him was like 5 Aussie boys. It was like, I remember they had gone over to when I was in university at the time, so it was the summer and I was staying at my parents' place in between the semesters or whatever. And they went over it and they were like super polite to the parents. And then like as soon as we walk in the backyard, light up a cigarette, they're like, "Oh, you fucking cunt." And I was like, I love that they could like switch it like that, you know what I mean? Like that. Good mix of banter. Gary Ablett, that's it. Yeah. Gary Ablett, that was his name. Gary Ablett Jr., I think. Yeah. Gary! Yeah, he used to come stay with me, and then my buddy Will had to go back up to the thing, so he ended up staying at my parents' place. And I think my mom got a little bit of a crush on him, to be honest. But, yeah, so him and a couple of his Aussie buddies would come over, and so we'd go, I remember down around that way to fucking do more rig. I didn't realize Aussie football such a... Is he? Yeah. He's like mad shit, like I don't know shit about Aussie football rules. I love rugby. I mean, sevens a little bit, but rugby still in Canada is not... Yeah, it's not considered a major sport by any means. And I imagine that football is kind of like that, like what rugby is to most Canadians. But yeah. I think the people I vibe with best are like I link above. It doesn't allow links. I was getting like a lot of porn spam. Like these bots would come in and be like, "Hey, sexy, 18 plus, come check us out at blah blah blah." Like literally, like I would block one, and then like 3 minutes later it would come. And the only way I could find to block them was to block links. I don't actually care if you link shit, but message me on Discord, man. Yeah. Yeah, he's mad chill though. I find the people that like I find myself getting along with best are like, you know when you like chirp somebody and like instead of getting like upset or indignant about it, their first reaction is to like chirp you back, and it's not like a fucking I'm hurting your feelings, you're hurting my feelings. It's like a what's up, you fucking bitch. Yo, pussy. I mean that's maybe not a very clever way, but you know what I mean though? Those type of people, like those type of friends. And I feel like that's a trait I notice often in Aussies. That I like. Dude, I gotta block this guy. Can't fucking see anything on the trade site with him there. Okay, sent link, but the guy.
For some reason, Fractured +1 to all cold skill amulets are really cheap this league. You want the eye level at 75 if possible or close to it.
Oh, his voice is nasally. 36. I find that very grating. Nasally voices. 36.4. Just so you guys know, because holy cow, a lot of people left. Fine, I'll just talk about fucking crafting. Just kidding, I don't care what you guys think. What should you start doing to go get big money? Fucking find a time machine and ask yourself what you were doing for the last fucking 75 days. Can I lower PoE? Yeah. As I mentioned, guys, we're rolling. I wanted to do a big augment session. You can see I've got almost 2 fucking stash types ready. We just need to do 36, 42. 42. Actually, if someone can grab, I think I only bought 21 there. How many did I buy? Yeah, I did only buy 21. If anyone is able to buy 21 crate chicks, or sell me 21 crate chicks, you already have them. I have more than enough cash for them, but that way I can just not jump around, and then we can get right to the augments. With the 7 divine budget, assuming all of that is going into the process of generating more currency, I would look into either something with ult quality on gems, flask crafting, or cluster jewel crafting with fossils, probably. It's a good price range to get started. Oh, time machine, you just brought a PC. I've been told I'm not PC compatible. Good dad joke. Good dad joke. But yeah, no. Take a look at those three. I said. You got a mirror worth of liquid. If you have a mirror worth of liquid currency, and you don't need to improve your build anymore, then you don't need help. And if it is an unfamiliar state, because I suppose there's certain circumstances, it might be your first time. If you've never mirrored an item before, mirroring an item's pretty cool. I mean, currency in this game is utilitarian. If you have a mirror lying around or 500 vines lying around, and you legitimately don't have a use for them on your own character, I would either try and craft something pretty cool, mirror something for the first time, or maybe look at getting some alt arts or some shit like that, but I mean, if you have nothing to buy right now, you're not going to have anything to buy with 5 mirrors or 10 mirrors. Right? You know, call me Chad, bro. It's Charles. Chad's my street name. Favorite content creator? Thanks, man. Just wait till you discover the hub, though, and we'll fall down that list real quick. Sorry, I was just thinking of what a brilliant troll would be. You know, on like I don't know if I can say this on YouTube, but like triple X rated websites where they have some of them below the videos have comment sections. A hilarious troll would just start leaving under hundreds of those videos comments as Janubu. imagine going to like the most popular like main page trending thing on one of those more popular websites, and you pull up a video and the first thing it says is like Janubu. It's like I prefer when there's mirror. Like seen in fucking American Psycho. That's actually a really funny troll, dude. I'm not like it. Just actually, even outside of Janubu, I think that's just a hilarious troll. Leaving comments on pornographic videos on popular like tube websites where they allow comments like using your buddy's name. It reminds me, like, I don't think this was a very original idea. I'm sure they probably got this off the fucking internet somewhere or whatever, but I know my buddies used to always fuck with each other. This is like 2009 or 10. With Craigslist ads. Like, when they'd be doing, like, one of them, when the other one would go on a date, with like a chick he didn't like, he would like put up his like Range Rover on Craigslist for like 1/5 the price or whatever. Oh no, sorry, it was the other way around. One guy was going on a date with a girl he didn't like, the other guy didn't like, and didn't want her to be around our apartment. So he said he had extra Justin Bieber tickets that he wanted to get rid of because he couldn't, his kids couldn't go because of whatever. Too, and he was like, first person to text me gets it, and so he's out on a dinner with like this chick, and the phone just starts, and all, like you can see the little fucking text bubbles, right? And it'd be like, Justin Bieber tickets, Justin Bieber tickets, Justin Bieber tickets. And the chick thought he was like, and was just doing it to fuck with him. So then the other one put the other guy's car up on Craigslist and said that he was going through a messy divorce and wanted to liquidate his assets as quick as he could, and then you know, first reasonable offer would get it, and then like the one guy's phone rang like fucking 600 times in a day. Shit like that, like I don't know how lighthearted they were. It was probably quite annoying it by the end of it, but I always thought those were hilarious. Okay, so I think like the telltale of a good prank is like you can't be anonymous forever. Otherwise, it's not like a prank. It's just kind of fuck. You know what I mean? It's like you got to be able to come out and be like, "Yo, I fucking did that," and like have that be kind of like, you know what I mean? So if you really want to fuck with someone or hurt someone, there's much better ways to do it than like a Dennis the Menace approach. Get your friend's wife pregnant. You get pranked. I can't remember the specific statistics. Somebody can look this up. It was pretty crazy when I read it. It was saying like, again, I'm not going to even cite the percentage, but it was much higher than I thought it would be. Percentage of American male adults are raising a child that they like unwillingly or unknowingly someone else's. I guess it depends on what your expectation of what that percentage would be going into it. But for myself, I remember being shocked when I read it. I've never slept with a buddy's wife. I did sleep with my friend's mom though, and I dated his sister too. Actually, I slept with the mom when I was picking up my clothes after breaking up with the sister. That was the worst thing I've ever done. It's more common here. Are you Russian? You're wrong for sleeping. I actually asked about the sister. She had actually asked me out, and I was like, yo, because him and I were friends first, but I was going through some other shit back then though. Drugs and all that kind of shit. Wasn't my best self. What is it? 8, so that's 16, 17.6. Oh, raised him about someone else's child. Plus 3 times, throw it a peace sign. Need more. Gotta go to work. Cheers, bro. I don't need luck. Luck is an illusion invented by the poor to explain their failings. We've got determination on our side. But no, thank you. I appreciate it. Brad finally broke up for like a couple weeks. Almost ended sleeping with his ex. They got back together. Yeah. I think like you're at the age you are is kind of not that like it's never like good to be that dude, but like I definitely smashed like yeah when I was like in 19 kind of thing and university. It's not like maybe I'm just trying to justify this in my head. At least at the time, it didn't seem like you know what I mean. Like relationships were kind of like whatever. Like post university era, like when people are like starting to like move in together and fucking settle down. You know, it's more of a conscientious decision to yeah. I definitely was not the best with that though. My grad quote in high school actually. I'm not joking about this at all. In fact, I probably have it over there somewhere. Was special thanks to, and then the initials of every girl I slept with in my high school. And then it said, on the prowl for life, belt in peace. That was my entire grad quote. Different priorities back then. Or rather, boys, one of the losers settle. Brisbane shit. Yeah, I was actually just gonna step on that. I was worried people were gonna think it sounds sexist or something, but I can say objectively, like now I'm like I don't want to say a sweetheart, but like I don't cheat. I don't disrespect women. I'm very polite and kind and gentlemanly, and you know, someone ever fucks with a chick, like I handle that shit. More than one time I've handled that shit, but I can just say having been like that, I was like legitimately like Stifler in American Pie. I think subconsciously I wanted to be Stifler from American Pie. Girls were way more. They'd be like, "You're an asshole," like, but way more. Not aggressive, but like it was almost like there was like an internal competitive drive where it was like I need to. If they got him, I need to get him, kind of thing. It was like the worse of a dude I was, like the easier it was. And that's like a hard thing to rectify as you get older. When you try to like improve on self in that respect. Make a cheap cock and do yeah. All right, there we go, guys. Look at that. 288 imprints lined the fuck up. I know that took a while, but that means uninterrupted crafting for full. And we have 1337 chaos. Yo, this is it, boys. We hit it right now. We have leaked chaos inadvertently. I'm gonna need a lot more of this though. Damn, boy. Yeah, I gotta bring that back too.
Ah, he thick! Boy! That's a thick ass boy! Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he thick! Boy! That's a thick ass boy!
When I used to do really long crafting sessions, like people would be tapped out all the time, right? So like instead of being like yo 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 and like spammy fucking chat and like guild chat and stuff, I was like I'm just gonna play that fucking damn boy. I was like if you hear that really loud, you know something good just happened. So we bringing that shit back right now too. Um, yeah, there's not much life force available. Like I need 3.5 million. These stack sizes are like 70,000. That's like 50 trades at once. Yeah, yeah, no, no, no. That was just a like a woo woo. That's the sound of the police. Just letting y'all know. Sound of the Suwoo. No more abusing that though. Fuck it. This one guy has fucking 1.5 million. I'm gonna lose 5 augments in exchange. Like it's gonna cost 5 additional. We lose 5 augments in the process, but it saves me having to do 50 trades. Literally 50 trades. What kind of exams were they? 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 300, 350, 360. 364. Word up. You got cheese sticks. It's a good fucking field to be in these days. Trade me your life force. Now. Usually it's someone when someone says that to me, I put it on their chest. 250, 500, 1 million, 1.25, 1.35. Weird though. What are you talking about? Wait, weirdo. Where's the word say weirdo come in? Is there someone in chat I can't see that you're talking to? What's weirdo in response to? I'm legit confused. Oh, you just misheard? Okay. I thought there was maybe someone in chat that I who's like I blocked on YouTube or something that was talking to. 1.8 million, 1.9, 2 million, 2,050,000, 2,080,000. That's like Literally half. So we just spent fucking 500 divines, half the amount of life force we need. Fuck me in the pussy. Fuck, my stream's gonna be demonetized for saying that. God damn it! Okay, before we start rolling these, I'm gonna restart the stream. No wonder I make fucking like $1.50 a day. I need to get like a, what do you call those things you put on dogs? Muzzle. Like a fucking shot collar. If you are proud, LOL, because mine is prouder. Okay, I'll just put up a buy order actually. I think we've got enough that if we have the best buy order, we should be able to fulfill it. 4,800. Oh, that's stellar. Holy shit. That shit does not look pink to me. Does that look pink to you? That one looks kind of pink. That doesn't. Being extorted. I didn't even notice that this one was 3 for 3. I thought it said 3 to 1. Whoops. Silly rabbit. Well, we just very quickly spent. I think I had 1,500 divines cash not long ago. I'll take it. I think I must have put this ratio backwards. Oh, that's because I put sacred, not vivid. Fuck me. Thanks, Poppy. There we go. Fuck, that's almost 1,000 fucking life force per divine. Better than what I got. Pick 2 fucking full staff tabs of imprints, 1,500 divines of cash. Bought all of that. Spent all of that pretty much. Don't message me questions like that. Will ignore you. Guys, if you have individual crafting questions, use my Discord. Just as a heads up, if anyone DMs me that isn't like buying something or getting involved with the project, like if it's like a personal crafting question or like wanting me to look at your item, I am now somewhere around 115 hours in on this bow, 16,002 divines, 33.4 mirrors. I don't care about your items right now. So, as a heads up, not your fault because you didn't know, but do not message me to start going. Please and thank you. Yeah, I will. Oh, sorry, that's a good idea. I'll restart the stream. Fuck, man, I should have been buying Life Force like this the whole time. Farouk, I'm gonna need some help, buddy. If you're online. I ran out of aspects. Can you any chance you can give me a hand with that? Actually, apparently I do have aspects, but I'll still need more anyway. Divs, 4 divs, 6 divs. find one that doesn't have a fucking tier, so I don't have to cook twice. Damage it is. That's a long time since I've been a tier 1. Like running all the way back to the last full stash tab. I want to go for a cigarette and restart stream, but I want to do that when Tier 2. I know now the tier 1 breakpoint is 90 is the minimum. 90 is the minimum on the high end. The 40th time I've augmented tempered though. Do it again. Fucking kidding me, man? Perfect tier 2 roll. 3 times and 5 augments. Fuck bullshit. Hey Farouk, if you're getting them, can you throw them in progressively? Like I don't need them all at once. Can you just put them in as you get them? Aspect of the spiders, I should throw them. What's a bit expensive? Any one of these days would be lovely. If you guys recall, we went on a 138 dry streak at the end of the last one, which is why I'm so fucking. Not getting up until I hit one of these. 4. Fucking nuts. I've spent like probably 2,000 divines in a row without hitting a tier 1. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Dude, I'm going for a cigarette. That's the 3rd time we've rolled a perfect tempered. Not just tempered, the perfect tempered. Unfucking believable. Minion is just blocking a prefix. It works out to be about the same. It just makes it so that you get about triple the amount of augments out of your per imprint. And I don't like running the imprints. That's like the part that I dread doing. So financially, though, it's fairly similar. So right here, if you regal a suffix, right, instead of annulling again, where I might have to fucking risk either playing the 2 divs for the meta mod or lose and have to imprint it again. I just put 1 block, right? And instead of blocking leech, I just put another mod, which makes it so that 20% less chance. Dude, I'm restarting my stream. I'm logging out of the game. Fucking obscene. You've hit tempered 7 times. 3 times with a fucking perfect roll. It's less, yeah. So instead of having 4 total mods, you have 5 total mods. And you only lose because on the first augment, you have a 7,000 weighting from the Fizz plat and a 3,775 from the hybrid, and then 1,000 from the leech. It's only a 1,000 weighting out of 11,775, so it's only an additional 9% or whatever. Like when you augment, it's only like 9% chance to hit the fucking mana leech, which is quite expensive. When you do hit that, it's a loss of 5 divs. However, in exchange for that, you get to use, as I mentioned, like literally 3 times as many augments per imprint. Now the imprints are not expensive. I mean, they are expensive, sorry, but they're not like grand scheme of things. They're not a huge cost relative to the Light Force or anything. It's just they're annoying to buy. You have to fucking run them out and all that crap, right? So being able to extend that, be okay with me. Still have to annul when it's a prefix. In those cases like that, where you just get the many mod, you still just do the normal way it was. Just when you wriggle a suffix. And again, the financial savings are not. It actually works out to be pretty much the exact same. More of a preference. See, like right there, I just augmented Fizz Leech. That's a loss of 5 divines. But we fucking hit it on the annul. It's legitimately outrageous how long we've gone without hitting a tier 1 though. Like outrageous. Again, we went 138 imprints on the last inventory stat tab, and now we've gone 69, 4, 50, 48, 178, 180. We've got 186 imprints without hitting a fucking single a single 1 in 40. Actually fucked up. What the fuck is going on? This is like 4.5 mirrors straight now. Without hitting a fucking mod. Unbelievable. Dude. Farouk, as soon as I run out of annulls here, I'm gonna go for a cigarette and restart the stream. This is like fucking. This is actually pissing me the fuck off. I don't care about the fucking. There we go. Fuck's sakes. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys. Best possible setup. Let's fucking go. Worth the wait, maybe. Maybe. 25 fucking waiting. 21 out of fucking 12,000. Why is it saying they're in a different league? I've mentioned this issue in the past, though, with this strategy here. But in the grand scheme of things, this is like fucking peanuts. Don't mind paying extra fucking 4 divines once every fucking. That cost us fucking 2,000 divines. That was 4 mirrors in between tier 1s. Fucking right. Alright, Dictator is number 1. I need to restart the stream, guys. VODs disappear after 12 hours, and I said a bunch of words that are going to have the stream demonetized anyway. YouTube does not just automatically take you there. You're going to have to open a new video. It'll go to my fucking, click my fucking name, and it'll show up again. I'll be live again.